Hello, hello, hello. Hello there. Okay, I know where this is going. And hiya, Bathwater. Back to Tamriel Rebuilt. A bit of talking. I thought it could still be interesting to see and talk about some of the older parts of this game. I think you and I are about to become very close. Is that random NPC dialogue? Anyway, hi. I'm not late, but I did only, I actually spent the night with some family. So I only just got home a little bit before, my family's actually very supportive of this. Of my show and stuff. They don't really understand the show itself, so most of them don't really watch it. It's just not really the kind of content they want, but they're very supportive of me chasing... They see this as me doing stand-up comedy at, a club or something, equivalent to that. And they're very intent on making sure I can do it. Hi, Fish's family. They're not here right this second, probably. One of them there's one or two who might watch stuff on occasion. What's the deal with Dunmer food? Got myself back here, but that's what levitating is for. But Telvani, I need to know how to levitate. High disposition Bosmer greeting. Guess you wouldn't have heard it because everyone hates Ngoth instinctively. No, I'm pretty sure I have heard that. But yeah, you are right. Like I was talking about on, I want to say Monday, when trying to build Ngoth as a D&D character, it's well, he's a spellcaster, but I don't consider him a scholarly type, and he's for sure not a charismatic person. He never puts anything into speechcraft. There is no conceivable way he has charisma. People who grow to like him do so because of his feats, not his words. People don't like him. He either gives them piles of money until they do what he asks. Cleric, then? I did eventually settle on, Cleric Ranger multiclass. Nature Domain Cleric. Yeah, Nature Domain, but flavor it to be the Hist. This sort of these sentient trees that grant him his power. But also Ranger for... I thought it was fun. He kinda ends up... the way... Because using a bunch of alternative Ranger level-up stuff, he can end up with, one really strong attack per turn. But he has extra attack, so he actually still has 2 chances to do it, so he can very consistently get that one attack. Granted, it's still probably not as good as just a backstab, but he's also got a bunch of utility magic in there, and he's very durable. Lots of AC from heavy armor, and I intend him to have a lot of constitution. Frankly, I feel like he's a point-buy character because of just how many stats he ends up dumping. Dexterity, intelligence, and charisma all don't need to be good for him. But he needs some wisdom for spellcasting, strength for hitting things, and constitution to stay alive. Yeah, I thought it was that. Very, very much in the chat rules. No soliciting, and I think that counts. I knew basically right away, I saw someone follow me on Twitter, and then I saw a very similar name in Twitch chat. I was like, yep, that's what's happening. It's another one of those bots. If you're not a bot, and you want to engage with me as a viewer, you'll be welcome back when your timeout's over. But if you're a bot, fuck off. I'm just gonna say it. If you don't want to have any part in this, if you're just here to promote yourself, please kindly go fuck yourself. Twitter, I hardly know her. I'm literally just here's the thing. I never post my random nonsense thoughts there. And even on Blue Sky, I rarely do just because of my personality. Blue Sky is where I would put things and fan art. I will never put any fan art on Twitter because of AI training stuff. I will only put copyrighted images of the games I'm playing, so that Twitter might one day get in trouble for it. Who knows? Yes, as the title suggests, I'm gonna go to Port Telvanis. Go back to Port Telvanis. I don't know why I left like this. And, you know, do the Telvani stuff there, because I imagine there's Telvani stuff to do there. Yeah, the pack war all the way over here.
The Nine and the Empire.
Yeah, the Nine and whatever. I'm sure your divines did something at some point. This isn't the Mages Guild. Pack War. Close enough. Where were they near? I think my route was from Firewatch, yeah.
If there is anything I can do, I am humbly at your service.
Noted. Whoop. 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 There we go. Know what you think would be funny? What would be funny? I don't know, but tell me. Inform me of the funny. Gonna go to Telwada. There might be Telvani stuff to do there. Because it is still Tel. So, you know. And also because I think they have a boat to Port Telvanis. Best Telvani content, in your opinion, is Ranyan Rune. I understand I'm not going towards necessarily good Telvani content, it's just any Telvani content. This seems to be the most, if I had to guess. This is a friggin' huge place, actually. In real life, there are many places that share the same name. You want to see this in fantasy. The thing is, in fantasy, they usually have to make a joke about it. Because it's confusing for a reader. Like, while in real life, it's also confusing. For someone reading a story, or experiencing it, it's confusing in a way that can be avoided, so I definitely understand why fantasy avoids it. Port Telvanis is the capital of Telvani territory. It's very interesting to see. Yeah, I do. It looks interesting. Firewatch Morrowind, Firewatch Skyrim. There are a bunch of the, Imperial forts share names.
Oh,
Ebonheart Morrowind and Ebonheart Morrowind. You know what? Yeah, you make a fair point. It's Ebonheart and Old Ebonheart. Instead of... They didn't name the new one New Ebonheart, they named the old one Old Ebonheart. Hey, what's up? You spare a few coins for weary travel? Name is Sandva Naran, just a pilgrim. Ship to Necrom was waylaid by Reavers while crossing Nullabal Bay. Direct and left for dead with only my walking stick that clothes on my back. Sure, have like 5 gold. Thank you, kind Hiscadian. Smallest acts of kindness bring the blessings of the 3, you know. You haven't heard yet, then. Yeah. This is an example of what I think Ngoth's character is. This guy was nothing but polite to Ngoth and just asked for a little help. So he was like, yeah, okay. This gave him a few coins, and Ngoth feels good about that. I did get turned around. I think the core of Ngoth's morality is he will help people who need help. It's just that if they're also an asshole to him, he'll probably kill them at the end. And sometimes he'll do immoral things for fun, but don't worry about that too much. Old Ebenhart was a big problem for many years, because they put Ebenhart on Varnfell, but it's just a castle. And Ebenhart in lore is described as a capital city on the mainland. In the end, they decided that rather than touch Ebenhart on Varnfell, just called it Old Ebenhart. It's totally made up. There being two places called Ebenhart is pure TR lore. Yeah, it works. I think it's fine, because if I remember correctly, Ebenhart in Arena, like, I think it is still called Ebenhart, and it's not on Vardenfell. Like, you can very clearly tell it's not on that big island there. A lot of stuff isn't, but that was probably the biggest one they had to worry about. They also decided to make it an Imperial City, which has been a very contentious design choice. I don't mind it. So the reason I like it being an Imperial City is because it was the very first place I went to on the mainland. And it prepped me for... It felt very different from where I left, which felt very cool. Like, gone on a boat and went to a very different location. Like, I'm not sure how that quite adds up lore-wise, but it would make sense there'd be a stronger Imperial presence on the mainland simply because it's easier to get there. Like, physically speaking, getting to here is a lot trickier than getting to here. Simply logistically. Like, even just that amount of water makes it a lot trickier. Probably would choose differently if they decided today, but they decided it many years ago. Right, I have a telekinesis belt on. Completely forgot about it. Wooden Staff of Shaming. Okay. Cast on strike, damage, intelligence, 3 to 8 points. I guess that's okay in a mage fight, but functionally, you should be casting magic to kill them faster. Alright, see, this is the kind of thing, if it was more likely to find, like, a scroll urn in these, because I've almost never seen this. Like, I'm gonna keep this because it's restore attribute on everything, and that might save me a trip. Like, if they're... Okay, that could be, like, a good way to improve the loot table. Make spell urns a little more likely here. Because there's so many urns, like, have one that's got a bunch of... Have it so it's more likely for scrolls to be in urns. Not necessarily every time a really big scroll urn like this, but, like, more scrolls. That could be a good way to do it. Because I was talking about before, like, the current loot table is just trash. And unless there's something specifically in it static, it's rarely worth it to go to one of these. Made Imperial, purely based on the reasoning that Castle Ebenhart on Varnfell is Imperial. This is probably dev intention. Which is, IMO, really bad reasoning, because Castle Ebenhart on Varnfell also isn't a city. That is true. Hello, hey, Gringos. Reasoning would demand we assume it's supposed to just be a castle in the completely wrong place, which disagrees with everything we know about the city outside this game. Yeah. Like, the logic is probably a bit off, I'm not gonna lie about that, but I did enjoy it being the first place I went to, and it being very different from most of Vardenfell. I think that by itself is really good design, even if the lore is maybe not 100% accurate. Because sometimes you do have to sidestep a little bit of lore to keep something engaging, you know? And that being Imperial City versus being a more, like, Dunmer natural city, that's a relatively small decision in the scheme of everything. Like, that is a decision that affects that city and that city alone, for the most part. So I don't think it's a huge deal if they change that. Unfortunately, they made a decision a long time ago, and by the time they really got to making the city itself, they couldn't change it easily. And for what it's worth, you like it. Creates a good friction between the Imperial government there and the natives, like how slaves just run there to be automatically freed. Yeah, no, I enjoy the city for what it is, but I understand why it might upset more purist lore people like I assume you kinda are. I'm a bit more flexible when it comes to lore changes, because I understand sometimes you just gotta retcon something. It rarely feels good to do it, but sometimes it's just what you need to make something good. Like, what you wrote way back when just doesn't work. Or what someone else wrote way back when might not work for what you need to do with it. This is a very Daggerfall-built place, with the just holes you can fall several stories through. Like, this is a Daggerfall hole. This is straight up a Daggerfall hole. I have seen this exact hole 100 times. Ah, dang it. Bastard. Hate the Greater Bone Walkers. More in the lore, you're kinda disappointed we didn't get to see a big Dunmer city. Dunmer architecture is more interesting than the Imperial set. Since then, we've gotten big cities like Narcissus, so it shakes out even. Yeah, here's the thing. You still got that with the, like, Narcissus. Narcissus is a large Dunmer city. And, like... Necrom looks kind of neat. I don't imagine it's that good. I don't know, something about the place rubs me as this place is lame. Eventually you get big Indoril Chapel cities, which is what old Ebonheart probably would have been. Using their new architecture set based off the old Mournhold set in the sewers. Ah. Didn't get my strength score that time. Like, for how much they claim to hate necromancy, they sure do have the worst undead in this friggin' place. Maybe not the most powerful. That one got me. Like, I imagine the most powerful undead in lore are probably the Dragon Priests. Because they can shout, and in lore, shouting is like basically an instant win button against anyone who can't. Supposedly there is a shout that literally just makes you win a fight. I think the design of Necrom is strong, but its assets are noticeably bad and the city's too empty for how big it is. Yeah, there weren't a lot of people on the streets. And, like, didn't really run into anything happening when I was running across the whole place. Do they even have guilds there? They might have a mages... No, I don't think they have a mages guild, otherwise I probably would have been able to teleport there. I think if they have any guild content at all, it's probably just, the tribunal stuff. Forget just how much telekinesis this belt actually gives me, wow. First time you went to Necrom, though, was foggy and night. The whole city had a really ethereal vibe, which is super cool. That sounds pretty good, because isn't it a place where there's just ghosts around? Where they just have ghosts hanging around there? And it's normal and chill for them? Just the temple, yeah. The City of the Dead. It's one of the most holy cities in Morrowind. Hmm. Okay, this leads to a place I can't get normally. Cool. Ow. If urns could contain anything other than bone meal, this would be a cool secret place to go to. But they can't, so it sucks. Ah, here. Gonna fall that long didn't even really hurt. Stuff them with jewels like they do in Zelda. I think, like, Quilla and I discussed this last time I played this, like, loading it up on, like, jewels and gold would be probably too much, because it'd make early game money farming really, really easy. To be honest, at low levels, undead are not that difficult. Except maybe, like, arrow skeletons. Stuff me with jewels. That'll do, bathwater. That'll do. And, like, it kind of hurt the thing about Daedric shrines, which are... That's kind of the best place to get jewels. Even though it's really dangerous to do it there, because you might summon a Dremora. Something needed to be done to improve the loot tables, is what I think we ultimately agreed on. Managed to stumble into Dagon's Quest Shrine. Sorry, I thought you were saying Dragon's Quest. I was like, what? Dagon's Quest Shrine at level 1 after using a carrion flight. Cool. El Oda. Hey, what's up? How you doing? I don't know you. What do you want? What is a place like? Telwada lies at the mouth of the Bosuada, dominating the landscape with Rothra's mighty tower. The Imperial Citadel of Firewatch lies to the west. Find the fishing village of Baal Oria to the northwest. Follow the Bosuada south, you'll eventually reach Ranyan Rune. To the southeast lie the villages of Sarvani and Ashamul. Ranyan Rune. I think I actually went there before. There's Tel Galan and Helnim. I guess I could also go there at some point. You have to jump straight up with the Icarian Flight Scroll to find the Dagon quest. Most of them are very high up in the sky. The ones near the ground are very hard to see. Oh, the dragon... Okay, I get it. I thought you misspelled... Nope, I misspoke. Of course. The dragons were always here, they're just invisible. The magic mud crab. Sure enough. Undertale looking a bit different. Hey, Israel. It's not every day with Undertale. Just every day I'm not doing this. Or something else. Undertale is my personal obsession at the moment. And so it is what you're still gonna see out of me every chance I get. But I'm genuinely out of stuff after Outer Tail. Morrowind? This is the... It's like licking yods, except it's crabs. Seen it before? Ah, yes. And this is the Tamriel Rebuilt mod. Which, no. Here's the base game over here. Here, all this stuff that's not on that island is new to this mod. I've, beaten the base game entirely, which is why I'm a very high-leveled character. The original made for the original Xbox? I believe so. Could go play... ×4 Foundations? I don't know what that is. Levitation. Still a Telvani tower. If you can't levitate, you're not worth talking to.
At your service, Outlander.
I believe I've seen Argonia with such a grand outfit. What's going on?
Shopping for enchantments.
German Star Citizen. Would you believe I'm not fully sure what Star Citizen is either? (2002), you've definitely seen this one before. The game itself has been... Yeah, it came out in 2002. I think this mod started in 2005 and is still going. Well, I know it's still going, but I think it started 2005. Hey, what's up? Here for chores, Archmagister? What are you looking for? Chores, why not? Here to bring me a copy of the book on Elemental Daedra. You want me to find you a book in the middle of goddamned nowhere? Yes, that's the name of the book I need. What's the matter, Archmagister? Do you need directions to a bookstore? I'm afraid if you can't handle a task this simple, you have no business working for me. You seem to forget what's going on here. One more thing, you should know that if you decide to work for me, your chores will most likely set you up on a collision course with Master Mithras of Tel'Aran'yhen and his servants. Once he learns we're working together, I'd say the chance of him giving you any work will be close to zero. You should think carefully about what side you'll choose. We both know what's the right answer, don't we, Archmagister? Now go. I've already decided it's not going to be a you unless he's way worse. Master Mithras will most likely refuse to give me any work. Aw, baby little Supreme Leader of the faction can't find a bookstore? I was more asking why you wanted it and why I should give a shit, but now you've proven that I shouldn't, so I might kill you. I'm gonna go work with your rival for no other reason than you were a bitch. Really? I know that's just straight up stupid. Think you've only played Elder Scrolls Online? That's fine. I played plenty of Elder Scrolls Online. Although, it's a little surprising you haven't played Skyrim. I feel like everyone who played online would have played Skyrim first. Because why else would you care? Oh yeah, also don't say that in front of Quilla, he might murder you now. Rival turns out to be the sweetest person ever. That would be lovely. Let's go find out. Master Mithras. Only I knew where they were. If fair, there's another Archmage situation where the mainland does have its own Archmagister. You're still higher ranked than her, so it's very goofy for her to act like you're an underling, but Telvani moment. ESO Uber, there it is. Skyrim's what got the majority of the player base into Elder Scrolls, yeah. No, that's not an opinion thing, that's just straight up true. Wish I knew where this Mithras guy is. I'll have to look it up. One moment. Lord of Ranyan Rune, the place Quilla says is the best Telvani content. What a coincidence. Alright, where physically is it? Oh, you can take a Strider from Telawata there. Works for me. Might have played Skyrim after online? Skyrim is what I'll do after I'm done with Morrowind, because I actually pause. I didn't start doing Morrowind mods until I'd done Oblivion, because the Oblivion remaster came out, and just to warn you, the Oblivion remaster, on PC specifically at least, not worth the money. It is running just as bad, if not even worse than the original, and it costs 4 times as much. It looks nicer, but, like, that is it. Ranyon Rune, sure enough.
Where would you like to go?
Stiltstrider Tower. Just have a tower for that? Okay. I will go ahead and warn you. This character is literally... You didn't like Oblivion Remastered. Tried it, thankfully you have it for free. Yeah, it was on, like, Game Pass or something, right? Yeah, it's... I have a lot of gripes with Oblivion as a whole. Oblivion, other than Arena, I think Oblivion is my least favorite. And Arena is just because of its age. Makes you mad, because it's a really strong improvement in every area. At the end of the day, if it can't run, then what's it good for? Yeah, it really is. Here's the thing, it looks better in every way, and it fixes, it more modernizes some of the mechanics. Mainly, leveling up is a lot more forgiving. Like, you actually are guaranteed to be stronger via leveling up. Whereas in base Oblivion, if you don't level up correctly, you're actually getting weaker, because enemies just get stronger and you don't. But I'd say, at least from what I played, it seemed to circumvent that. Saying I don't have a Silk Strider Tower? Most cities don't. Morrowind, Skyrim, Online, Oblivion Remastered are all on Game Pass. Oh. I recommend Morrowind, although I would look up a little, like, how to get started guide. Hell, I'll tell you how to get started if you're interested in giving it a shot. Oblivion is far from your favorite Elder Scrolls. It's still an Elder Scrolls game. You enjoy playing it. It won't let you play. It's very frustrating. Yeah. Like, I feel like my playthrough was probably, like, as bad as it was going to get, because that character did genuinely everything you can do in that game. Imagine they put Daggerfall Remaster on Xbox. Be sick. It'd be cool, but there's kind of already a Daggerfall Remaster in Daggerfall Unity. It's remastered enough, you know? Like, Daggerfall Unity, I highly recommend, and if Arena Unity ever gets off the ground, I'll probably recommend that. Use the weapons you actually select during character creation, otherwise you'll miss constantly. Yeah, that's rule 1 of Morrowind. Make sure you pick a weapon at character creation. Like, one weapon type, and for the early game, only use that weapon type. Hell, even into the mid... actually, until the late game, if your character's attack gets so scaled up that you don't care anymore, like mine has. Like, he has tons of luck, he's got a boatload of endurance and fatigue. You don't pick Short Blade, do not use the dagger. Yeah, I didn't pick Short Blade, but Ungoth is so high level with such a jacked attack stat that he's able to start leveling his Short Blade as a level 42 character. Like, he's only 57 now, and he's going to switch to an axe after this, which is an even lower one. No, they give it to you in the tutorial, doesn't mean it's the right choice for you. Yeah, that is absolutely the thing. Endurance should be a starting stat. Trust me. Just trust me. I don't care what... Pick Endurance as one of your starting stats. The other one, you could pick almost anything. Luck is a really good one. Save often, another great one, yeah. Tutorial Blade is just there so you know what button to press. That is literally its only function. Like how y'all started giving advice, even though they didn't actually say they were gonna go play it. I was like, if you want to, I'll tell you. And then you guys just start shouting out like, okay, here's how you start a character. Yep. I have actually been looking for, like... There's clearly a Telvani town because of the big mushrooms, but I haven't seen an actual Telvani tower. Is that another silt strider? I guess that is just the silt strider. Honestly, if you want to be a Magicka-focused character, your first thing should be picking one of the races that has a Magicka bonus. Probably Breton. I'll level with you. You can pick Altmer if you really, really want to, but you're gonna be made of wet tissue paper. Opinion on Dragonborn. The D&D race, not the demigod hero. Let them have tails, you cowards. Like, I feel like Wizards of the Coast is a bit too blasé about the answer they tried to give. And that's why Baldur's Gate 3 gives it the option. Tabaxi has tails? Well, yeah, but a Tabaxi is a cat. They were like, half dragons have a tail. That's not good enough and you know it. Because half-dragons aren't playable.
What is this about?
You don't have to give a mechanical bonus to the tail, it can just be a tail. Lizard folk have a tail, they don't get any kind of real mechanical bonus for having it. Unless you count their swim speed, but that... who gives a crap about swim speed? To be fair, what the fuck would a bipedal do with a tail? The same thing monkeys do with their tails. Balance. There are things you can do with a tail if you're a biped.
Worthy of your attention. May you find me worthy.
Didn't you read original Dragon Ball? Look at Ungoth, he's got a tail.
I see this land.
Wish this guy wouldn't run in through this narrow-ass corridor by himself. Alec made a Catgirl character in her Pathfinder game. Doesn't help her beat the Catgirl allegations she's received. Also call her a Tabaxi, much to her dismay. Well, Ungoth also can't wear shoes. That's not related to him having a tail, though. That's just because he's got... My headcanon is because the cobbler laws in Morrowind were made so that technically they're not allowed to make shoes that would fit an Argonian or a Khajiit. So, because those are the most common slave races, and they didn't want them to have good shoes so they could run away in them.
Welcome, friend.
Is that canon? Of course it's not. But do I choose to say that? Yes. It's not canon because after this game, Argonians have normal feet again, and so do Khajiit. But this is a different way to explain it. Hey, what's up?
We welcome you.
Look, Ungoth the Third, I'm running around yon rune in the mine. If I run out of time, the mine will run out of business. Run yon rune will run out of life. So you could surely understand we're running on a tight schedule. Unless you aren't here to just waste my time aimlessly, I suggest that you leave. Good news! Your rival was a complete bitch to me, so I'm here to help. Alright, what's this about the mine? Monkeys aren't really true bipeds. They can walk on just 2 feet, but they usually don't. I know that. I'm saying tails are cool, and it's a fantasy game. Not everything has to have, like, a biological reason to be existing. The bestiary is simply, whether naturally or divinely guided, evolved around the laws. Tails don't balance true bipeds that walk vertically like this, they imbalance. Whatever. An ebony mine, to be precise. Source of income for many of Rhino's citizens. It was the main pillar of the local economy. Given the amount of my responsibility as a governor of the area, couldn't devote all my time to the mine, so I choose a couple of men to assist me. Lately, however, I've been facing hard times with the mine. There you got it. That's alright, I see you know what you're talking about. How do they wear pants? There's 2 different ways. Either they cut a hole in the back, or sew a hole in the back. Or maybe their pants dip under the tail, or whatever. It doesn't matter. They cut a hole in the waistband, and you won't have the pants stay up. They stuff their tail through a hole like the zipper in jeans. This is one of those things where it's like, it's just a fantasy thing that you don't have to think about. Why don't they put armor on their tails? I actually know the exact answer for why they don't put armor on their tails. It's because it would cost a lot of money for the developers to do that. That's literally the only reason. And by a lot, I mean any amount at all. Alright, I see you know what you're talking about. Income from the Ebony Mine has indeed been tailing off. Well, still also proven your worth in House Telvani. I mean, you're literally the Archmagister of Vardenfell. That's me. And for that reason, I'd be willing to let you act on my behalf to help solve the problems facing Ranyanrun. Question is, are you willing to work with me? First, let's make one thing very clear. Won't work with anyone who's in any way associated with Mistress Rathra of Telawada. She was a complete bitch to me for genuinely no goddamned reason. That is the only reason I'm here. Good to know. Women cannot be trusted under any circumstance. I agree. Same goes for her servants. Likewise, she harbors no love for me. She mentioned. That's why I came. She'll work for either me or her. Won't press you into making a decision, Angath III. Please feel free to think it through at your leisure. Oh, I'm with you, easy. Good choice, Angath III. First task, I'd like you to go and find the mine's accountant, Azaria Thelis, in his house here in Rananrun. Do whatever it is he deems necessary. Just whatever. I'll call for you when I can think of something more constructive for you. That works for me. See, right away, this guy's being, like, way more polite to Angath. Even if he turns out to be a morally reprehensible person, they were nicer to him. He'll probably just kill the both of them if that turns out to be true, and he won't get in trouble because the Telvani genuinely don't give a shit. Because if you die to one of your rivals, that means, well, clearly your rival was better at whatever they killed you with. Guess a tail wouldn't be a very good target, so it probably doesn't get attacked a lot. I mean, yeah, it's a very small target most of the time, and, like, you know, they're literally behind you. It's impossible to hit if the person is completely defending at all. And, like, if you're getting them off guard, are you gonna aim for their tail that they're probably not gonna die from anyway? Like, no, you're gonna aim for, like, a vital spot if you've got them completely off guard. More tail havers should do the thing where they wrap it around their waist to keep it from being grabbed while fighting. Yeah, do the Saiyan style. Though, in this game specifically, I don't think that would work, because, at least not for an Argonian, because it doesn't seem fully prehensile for them. Like, they can sway it back. I think for Argonians, it literally is a swimming assist. Like, I think that is what they do it for. Also, it points down a lot, so I don't think it would inhibit their balance that much. Like, it's not sticking straight out backwards. For Khajiit, maybe they could do that? Again, it depends how prehensile their tails are. Also too fleshy. Yeah, it is, like, yeah. But Argonian tails seem to function similarly to, like, crocodile tails, where it is an assistance in, underwater locomotion. Wouldn't sit very flush with the torso. Yeah, that's also true. But again, look at the angle on it. What's the button tab? Yeah. Look at the angle it actually goes at. Like, the legs actually point forward, so actually this is a fairly balanced thing for an Argonian. Because the legs are pointing forward, this probably actually is helping balance by pulling back a bit against how forward the legs push. Like, with how forward the knees are, that actually probably does help a bit with how straight the back is. Like, it seems to be in line with the spine there. So I think Morrowind Argonians specifically actually do seem to make visual sense in a lot of ways. At least with how their tail works specifically. Other stuff, who can say? Agreed to help Magister Mithras. Mistress Ratha will no longer give me any chores. Sucks to be her. First task would be to speak to Azaria Thelis, noble and accountant of the Ebony Mine. Aid him in whatever manner was necessary.
What is this?
Probably at his house, wherever that is. Look around. Gildasi Thendis, Arella Nathrion, Zuriel Drellor, Dilnar Chenem, Dancing Jug, Guard Tower, Temple,
Outlander.
Evo, Alessan, Nataya Radasar, Rolathan Nadressa. I've already forgotten the name. Azaria Thelis. Azaria Thelis. Hey, what's up? You're the one Master Mithras has sent along. Suppose he thinks you'll be some assistance? I won't hold that against you for now. I can find something for you to do. Nothing too complicated, of course. I'm an Archmagister of the Telvani. I literally outrank your boss. I could have you killed and no one could do shit about it. What's up? Assume our keen-eyed lord, Master Mithras, has informed you of the situation? I know, profits are down. He hasn't had time to look into why, so I don't know why either. Reduced income from the mines, unhappy workers, no slaves. Quite the mess, no? Perhaps the miners would be happy if their wages were to come a few days early this week, Take this money to Mirison Verne, the mine offices. He'll give it to the workers. Hurry along. Okay. Just, pay advance. Yeah, I think they'd... like, hey, pay checks early this week. I feel like they'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool. It's not a big change, but it's a small thing that might, you know... It's a nice surprise. Guy mentioned no slaves. Let's, see if we can just keep to that. Actually, straight up don't know where the mines are. Probably see if I can ask someone about that. Mine. Ebony mine. Da-da-da. Don't know where it is, no. See if I can ask him where it physically is. Hey, it occurred to me... Sorry. Didn't mean to look in your closet. Chores to attend to... Yeah, I need to know where the goddamned mine is. Okay, you're one of those assholes.
Find me worthy of your attention.
Alright, let's try asking other people then. Centered around the ebony mine.
You may speak.
I'd like to know where it is. Please. This is the problem they run into in this mod so often. I would like to know where the thing you want me to go to is. No one's told me. And the one guy I thought I could ask literally won't talk to me anymore because he already gave me a quest, which I've never seen before in this game.
Can I help you?
Alright, I'll look it up, because that's what this mod expects you to do. Alright.
Yes, Outlander?
It's not where I would expect it to be. Apparently that's the mine. I assumed this was the entrance to the tower right here. But no, this is the mine office. Hey, what's up? And the miners' wages? Yeah. And the Zions decide to send the wages down early this week? Fine by me. See, this gets handed out fairly. Hey, we're from Mithras now, right? Can I ask a favor? Mine's been acting strangely lately. They refuse to even talk to me. You have a chat with some of them, see what the problems are? Go take a look. Was that trapped? Or is it doing that because... Okay, it's doing that because of my telekinesis. Hard times down in the mines, my friend. Excuse us miners, we don't appear to be at our best. Yeah, what's up about that? Matter of trust, and I don't trust you enough yet. Okay. We're really alright. Here's 100 gold, how's that sound? That's right. They're working non-stop for months now, yet apparently the profit of the mine has been going down. How does that make any sense? Tell you, it's Mirison Verne and Azaria Thelis. Got a big plot going on together. Steal ebony from the mine. But Mearson is working us overtime in order to get more ebony than we need. So he and Azaria can skim some off the top, and then that accountant fiddles the figures to make it seem like nothing's going on. Yeah? I got a bit of a weird vibe from them, I'll admit. Meyer told me they believe that Mirison Varen and Azaria Thelis have a big plot going on together. Steal ebony from the mine. I think that Mirison is working them overtime in order to produce more ebony than is necessary. Then he and Azaria can skim some off the top. Azaria, they say, is then fiddling the figures to make it seem like nothing is amiss. The ledger doesn't look off to me, but what's up? I enforce the house law, move along. What? Think Thelis and I are working together to skim some profits off the mine? Ridiculous. Still, I can see why they won't talk to me. Maybe we could do something about this.
A warm welcome to you.
Let me see about it in the mine. They're working harder, but profits are down. I think it's naturally they would come to that conclusion, whether it's true or not.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you freely, Outlander.
Hey, what's up? I could have your boss killed and no one would say anything about it. I'm not going to. He seems like a cool guy so far. Alright, so they have that theory, but I really don't have anything to go off of with that theory, so I suppose just keep going. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I got it. Deliver the money? Good. Did a little investigative work on your own. How proactive of you. Pay no heed to those ingrates, Hist Guardian. They do love their little stories. Of course, if I had orchestrated some sort of scheme, I assure you no one would be whispering about it. You do work for the Telvani, so maybe. I have another chore for you now. Go to Coben Dellis, merchant here in town. Arrange an order of pickaxes from him. Ones in the mine are now far beyond their best. Just get new equipment. Sure, why not?
What?
He's literally right outside your house. You don't have time to do this? Working for Mithras. This'll be about getting another shipment of pickaxes? Yeah, what's the holdup? I assume there's something stopping this. You're gonna load in for my supplier in 2 days. Come speak to me then. Oh, okay. Yep. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna zone out. It's been 2 days. See Coben Dellis about that shipment of pickaxes. Hey, what's up? About that. Been expecting a shipment to arrive today, my supplier's not shown up. That can't be good. Perhaps he's been delayed along the road? Normally comes from Thanos. Go along the road from here to Thanos and see if you can find him. But nothing too bad's happened. And if something happened, make sure to bring all pickaxes to me. Sure. I assume there's like road signs or some shit. Assume to the east. Yeah. Clothanus. This is my flying dagger. Here's my stabbing dagger. What was that? Next sound. This way? Figured, but had to check. Ah. Yeah, something definitely happened. You're busted! The hell was their plan? Journal updated. Most bastardly thing about tails is if they sit high enough to have the pants worn under them, they encourage low-rise pants, which is never okay. Rinbor. This is what you had to protect yourself? A fucking stick? No wonder you died. Alright, let me get the pickaxes I can find. Was fucking 5 of them? It is 100 pounds of pickaxe, I'll grant. Or 100 bramble plinths. Let's, like, look. That's definitely not low-rise. Fanfiction has been so hard to make. As someone who's made fanfiction myself, I feel that. God damn. You're a fan of my fiction? Thank you, I do a lot of it. I very rarely publish it where it can be seen. Very, very rarely. I think most of what can be seen, I would never post if I made it now. That's what my standards were. About yours? I don't think Bathwater's seen any of yours yet. Hey, found him. Been killed by bandits? How terrible. Collected the pickaxes? Good work. I'll take them to Mirror Sinvern as soon as possible. Here, take this payment. Would have gone to my supplier if the attack hadn't happened. Fair enough. I got him. Place the order, excellent work. Sure those pickaxes will be there shortly. I do believe Master Mithras wishes to see you. Best not keep our inestimable master waiting, huh? Bring up the rumor to him. I won't confirm or deny it, because I don't know, but I'll bring it up that it's going around. Figure he should know. Seems like a cool guy so far. Just like, I'm basically running this city, but my mine's not turning a profit, and that's gonna fuck up the city too. Can you help me with the mine? You do that, I'll work on the other stuff.
This land suits you. We welcome you freely.
Just get these guys out of the way. Devs really need to learn that,
Welcome, friend. I feel
you know,
I should know you.
putting people in a one-person hallway patrolling it kind of makes it hard to get around.
May you find me worthy of your attention.
Oh wait, this is you.
A warm
You're probably the
welcome to
only
you.
Telvani I've met who people can actually walk to. We need to work for Zarithos, good. You see what I have to deal with. Regardless, I might have some slightly more important work for you if you're interested. Yeah. Good, I want you to petition the Parliament of Bucks. Come again? Indeed, to put it bluntly, in order to increase the mine's output, I need slaves. Acquire some, I need to go through the normal bureaucratic procedures of the Parliament of Bucks. Normally I do this in person, but as of late the Parliament seems to be more and more under Mistress Haratha's control. She has a great disliking for me. It should be a matter of seconds to acquire further slaves, become a case of blunt refusal from the Parliament. To that end, I see you in my stead. Thus I'll be more accepting of a stranger asking on my behalf. Here, take the official request, give it to Verenum, Secretary of the Telvani Council House at Port Telvanus. Report back to me what the council decides. I mean, I'll try. I'm not big on the whole slaves thing, but... sure. Honestly, don't think that's the source of his problem. Because the workers there are putting in tons of hours and the place still isn't turning a profit, even though it's a goddamned ebony mine. Like, it should not be difficult for an ebony mine to turn profit. Ever. Ebony is one of the most valuable materials on all of Tamriel. It is the fossilized blood of a god. Supposedly. And stride to Tel Oda, and from there I can water stride, I think, to Port Telvanus. Hell is that? Friend or foe? Foe. Hell is this thing? Giant cephalopod. How descriptive. Suppose this is the first time I've been, like, in the open ocean. Nah, ran across here. And Goth actually did, like, pick up water walking and literally hop across this strait here. It is really funny that you can do that. Oh, it's still floating to the top. Oh, I could have actually water stranded Thothanis, which actually wouldn't have helped me at all.
May you find me worthy of your attention.
Okay, that's the only thing you know about. Hey, da-da-da. Da-da-da. Free from the influence of meddling imperial abolitionists, preaching bores of the temple. Abolitionists. Even the abolitionists are not stupid enough to try anything here. Very far from the Empire and their foolishness in Port Telvanus. Their reach will never extend to the Telvani towers.
Archmagister of House Telvani, how may I serve you?
At least someone's got some friggin' respect. Doors are unnecessary. Gotta find the Parliament of Bugs.
So, where are you from?
Da-da-da, largest Telvani Isle, da-da-da. Or Telvanus, Telthanim, Citadel, the Archmagister towers over the city to the north. Council House, center of Telvani administration, stands to the southeast of the city. Yeah, that's what I need. Over on that side, probably. This place is cool, where the sky is blocked out by all these intricate things, if you're on the ground. Yeah. Telvani Council House. Do-do-do. Petition. Master Mithras sets forth a request to the Parliament of Bucks. Not in person? How rustic. Very well. Shall put Mithras' request to the Parliament. Report their verdict to you in 2 hours' time. Free Parliament protocol requires you leave the Council House for the duration of the hearing, despite your position as Archmagister. If you would? Alright, sure. Like, despite you being higher ranked than everyone here, you're not really allowed to be here while we're talking about it. Alright, if anything happens, I will kill every single one of you, and never forget that none of you could stop me. I think there's exactly one person on this continent who could stand against me at this point, and I think he kind of likes me right now. It's Devaith Fear, if you were wondering. Did I inform you of the Parliament? I did. I literally did, though. I literally went out there for 2 hours, but they really meant 3. In addition, I provide the verdict. Such is my life. Fascinating. You wish to hear it? Yeah, go ahead. Regrettably, for you, the Parliament has revoked his request. They have no slaves to spare at the current time. You're standing there for. You may go. You didn't finish talking. That's why I didn't leave, jackass. Why are you still standing around here? You didn't finish talking. Like, what the hell do you expect? Why didn't you leave in the middle of my sentence? 'Cause fucking, it's rude. House Telvani's gonna need some cleaning before Ngoth leaves the mainland, I think. Just a little bit. And as Archmagister, there's genuinely no one who can do anything about it.
We make a special trip just for you. Same.
Do. Hey, yeah. Angoth wouldn't have been too on board with the slaves thing anyway. It's not crazy about the prospect.
I don't know where to begin. It is such an honor to meet you.
I see this land suits you. Welcome.
Out of the way, beard guy. Hey, what's up? Parliament refused again? Cursed Rathra. Well, thanks for bringing the response. Give me a day to clear my mind. Come back then, I may have a task for you. Alright, I'm just gonna go on your balcony and think. Hey, what's up? We've come with a plan to slightly increase production. I'll get to recruit some miners. More, that is. So, unconventional method, I know. Situation calls for it. So one more will do, actually. Ask around town, see if anyone is available for work. Yeah, sure. Just go... I mean, I suppose for Telvani, this is an unconventional way to get work done. Hire someone. How's it going? We'll take a good look at you. May proceed, but now I'll be watching you. What? I literally just came from here. Recruit some miners? Matter of trust, I don't trust you enough.
Yes, Outlander.
To talk about that at all? I didn't think you'd be
Wonderful.
interested, but
Welcome,
I'll, like,
Outlander.
talk to some people. Hey, how's it going? Minari Gildaran's been out of work for ages. Perhaps she'd be willing to lend a hand. Minari Gildaran. Alright, thanks. I just went to a random house. Apparently that person really likes Ingoth.
Happy to help.
What's up? Let
What's
me
your
guess, you're an
problem?
adventurer. Yeah, not right now. Show in the mine. Like to, but might be a bit tough. I don't think I'm up for that, to be honest. Let's try again. Here's an advance on your first paycheck. Okay, you've convinced me. I'll start working the mine today. There we go. Like, how about if I advance your paycheck? That'll work. Like I said, Angoth's method of getting people to like him, brute force. Just give them money.
How wonderful. Welcome, Outlander.
Because again, he's not great with money. He just has a lot of it.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you freely, Outlander. I see this
I got
land
someone.
suits you.
Convince Minari Gildaran to start working the mine. Good job, Angoth. Hopefully her brother Brellar will accept it. Here, take this trinket as a reward for all your service. Now your next task arises. This time, with no bureaucracy involved, I need you to acquire some slaves. Yeah, about that. Not really on board with this idea. Indeed, while you were gone, Zarya Thillis sauntered in here and secured the purchase of 2 Argonian slaves from a passing slave trader. Argonian, huh? Starting to wonder if I'm giving this job to the right person, but I also have no one else. Not having the funds on him at the time, being busy currently, Zarya simply arranged a rendezvous, nothing more yet. Go to Zarya, get the funds for purchasing the slaves, discover where to meet the trader. Purchase the slaves from. Should increase our production tremendously. I really don't think this is the source of your problems, my guy. Like, if you can't sell the stuff you're mining out at a profit already, this isn't gonna help. Something's fishy going on here if an ebony mine can't turn a profit. You just jump off the edge? It didn't hurt. No, it was relief. Salvo's relief. Feather 50 to 100 for a minute. Drain speed 10 points for a minute. I mean, it's alright, like... Not what I meant. This has restore attributes on it. Tried to find a restore strength spell somewhere, but just couldn't. Got my strength back up some. More carry weight. Yeah. Good, yes. While you were gallivanting with the townsfolk, I'm going to kill you when this is over. Made myself useful and was able to secure the purchase of slaves for a passing dressed slave trader. Offered me a very fair price for them. It's 500 gold. You take this to cover your costs. Don't even meet him along the road to Firewatch. Once you have the slaves, bring them back here and I'll deal with them. Uh-huh.
Friend,
Gonna kill that guy when this is over. I don't know why everyone is an asshole to Ngath when he's probably the strongest thing on the entire continent right now. Maybe outside of Devaith Fear. On the road to Firewatch. Just go here till I run into them, I guess. This way to Firewatch. I actually kind of like road signs. Just looking at them and seeing a thing. Sure enough, there he is. There we go. You must be the one Nazari told me about. Excellent. Been waiting for you, so we should purchase these 2 slaves, yes? Yep, money right here. It does everything you need more. Very well, these 2 slaves belong to you. Be on your way, Sarah.
wealth beyond measure.
Lead, we follow. Follow you now, Master. Alright, you two aren't really saying anything in your defense or asking me to let you go, so I guess you're cool with this. Whatever.
Kill.
Dumbasses. These are enchanted. Alright, time to kill the guy who sold them to me. Where the fuck did he go? Of course. Of course. Explains why they didn't even ask me to free them. While into my journey, 3 whole seconds, they despawn the guy. Attacked me with enchanted daggers. Yeah, there's no explanation for that other than this was planned. Yeah, again, I'm starting to think the miners were right about this. Alright, you got 3 seconds.
Find me worthy of your attention.
You were attacked, you say, by the slaves? What else can you expect from Bet Mary? Don't suppose you got the money back, did you? Inform Master Mithras of these events. What? You know. No, I fucking don't. What the fuck is a Bet Mary? Is that what you call beast folk? Alright, this guy's for sure dying. He's unquestionably set this up and is trying to have me killed. So yeah, Ngath is going to kill that guy before this is over. Beast folk, yeah?
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
Like, oh, what else can you expect from them? Who gave slaves enchanted daggers?
Warm welcome to you.
Dude, fuck off. Like, fuck out of this hallway. I have to go up here. Slaves carried enchanted daggers and planned to attack you with them. Now that is suspicious. No dress-trained slave would dream of such insubordination. And how the fuck would they get an enchanted dagger? And no slave, for that matter, would be in possession of an enchanted dagger. Something seems fishy about that slave trader to me in Goth III. Should have to be on our guard. Let me teach you a spell that'll keep you safe in such situations. Give me another day in return. I may have new plans for you. Mithras' Swift Restoral.
Welcome.
I Restore health 10 to 20 for 4 seconds. That's actually a pretty good healing spell. What the hell is this? Fortify restoration 15 points for a minute. I just know this? Okay. Actually, you know what? If I'm gonna wait a day... I've slacked off on training my restoration. I had my magicka fortified somehow. So we'll be casting a lot of this. It's been a while since Ngoth sat down and did this, you know? Sit down is a strong word, but, you know. So yeah, thinking the miner's suspicion is correct. How much does this thing cost again? It is 1 point. Yeah, gonna get to cast this a couple of times. Brings me back to the old days. How loud is this? Kind of. Pretty loud. Let me actually turn the game sound down a bit, so you guys aren't being deafened by that. I think my acrobatics are maxed out, so I don't need to shove my head into anything to do this. Oh, finally getting into my own magicka to use. Still got dozens of casts left. Got it to the funny number. Hope you're all enjoying this return to grinding stream. Hey, even found a place to wedge myself into. This is doing nothing, but it sure looks funny. Almost out. Hold it up 3 times doing all that. Partially just because of it was fortified a lot for some reason. What fortified it that much, I wonder? Probably this, actually. Let's take it off while I sit so that I can get all those points then. I didn't rest, so I don't get the points. I don't know why I did that then. Alright, game sound back on.
I see this land suits you. We welcome you.
There we go.
freely, Outlander.
Angath, afraid I have only ideas, no actions for you to perform. Meantime, a few menial tasks I need you to do. Perhaps give you something to occupy your time, I think more. Hire a pack war. Sure, why not? Great so. Need to hire a new guar to bring a load of ebony to Port Telvanis. Place we normally get one from is Ashamul. Seeing as I am also their lord, I see it was only fair we send some business their way. Yeah, it works. Once you've made arrangements, tell Mirison Varen. We'll see to it that someone loads up the guar, sends it to Port Telvanis. Oh, and one more thing. What's that? I'd like you to make a proposition to Galdasi Thendis. Tell her to meet me soon, that should she accept, will better her standing among thieves. That's all you need to know for now. Okay. Who and where? Ashamul, one of my domains. Small traditional Velothi cave settlement in Mulkad Mounts. Road northeast of here. Good mark it on your map. Okay. That's Ashamul, right. Person I need to talk to in Ashamul, or are they here? Galdasi Thendis.
How wonderful.
I'll look around here for a person by that name, but I don't think I've seen them. If I can't find them here, I assume they're in the other one. Nope, they're here.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
Say, Master Mithras has a proposition for me? Yep. Increase my standing among thieves. I don't know, I'll think about it. Give me a while. Alright. In the meantime, I got somewhere else to be. Need some time to think about it. Yeah, sure. That on. See, the magic of fortification from keening actually kind of works. Because taking on and off a weapon before you rest feels a lot more feasible than most of the other crap. So with a ring, it's annoying. With a weapon, it's mostly fine. There's not really a road there from here. Is there a north exit to this town? I don't think there is. Lived through that one, did you? Flying bastard. Bliff racers. Need to be rid of them. Ghost. There's so many undead down here. Where the fuck am I? Aranyan Pass. Okay. It's just full of undead. Why? Ashamul is over here somewhere. It's a cave. I did say it's a cave colony, so maybe... Aha! Ow. Now they got pack wars. Hey, what's up?
I see this land suits you.
Cave hall. Living in a cave. It probably stays pretty cool in here, I mean... Stones will just slurp up all the heat.
What is this about?
Beyond measure, Outlander.
Raven, I'm looking for someone. Old Athen is somewhat our leader, and he's the one with the most experience and wisdom, so we listen to him a lot. Gadavis Nerethi works a lot for the community and considered a close second. Traven and Broadus are local scapegraces? Scapegraces? A mischievous or wayward person, especially a young person or child. A rascal. Sure enough.
Outlander.
See about Hyrapakwar? Want to do that? I need to speak to Veteran Vandal. Oh, sure enough. Hyrapakwar. Want to Hyrapakwar? Normally I just sell one to you, but right now I have bigger things on my mind. May I let you in on a little secret? What's up? Seem a trustworthy sort? Look, I'll lay it on the line for you. I'm a smuggler. I don't like the fact that we just recently got a guard here now at Ashamul. Why don't you help me remove the guard? But, kind of solution you looking for here? I just can't do anything with that guy around, so what do you say we help? Okay. Excellent. Now I have a plan for how we can do this. Important thing is, I don't want Mithras to just replace this guard with another one. So you're on the pretense that there were a few Gwar thefts in the area a while back. So let's call Mithras' bluff. Find the Gwar thief so Mithras has no excuse to keep his guard here. Alright, alright. I'm cool with this plan. I'm gonna live with you. I don't have anything against thieves, I'm just not good at it myself. Yes, well, I have two ideas. Primarily, I suspect Galdasi Thendus, good-for-nothing failure of a thief up at Renyon Rune. She's an awful thief, but I bet she could steal something that would follow her. She was down here looking shifty a couple of months ago. Ask the guards there. If it's not her, perhaps try Telawada, where rumors have also been circulating. Ask around, see what people know. Here's the thing. She's someone that he's interested in. What's going on here? Does he know, and even know what they're gonna try to do in response, and try to get her on board preemptively? Interesting. Alright. Signs here. There's the road to Renyon Rune. I just didn't see the road to the signpost to here. Maybe it didn't lead to here. Like, maybe there's not a sign to actual Ashamul. I don't think I saw one that said that name. There is one here, I guess. It's kind of a cool place. They just literally live in a cave. Aranyan Pass. I didn't see a pack war around her place. Maybe there was a sign and I just missed it, because this was a much shorter trip than the way I tried to do it. It's not on the signs, I just guessed the wrong direction, I suppose. But I tried to go north through it, so... I know to just take that left there. It's not on the signpost, which I feel like they could make space. There's space for a third, like, little thing there. Yeah, I didn't see a Gwar in her house when I talked to her earlier.
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
Hey, Gwar thief? No, you must have the wrong person. If I could pull that off, I'd shout it from the rooftops. No way, I'm setting my sights a little lower from that. One day, maybe I can be a Gwar thief for you? Yeah, no, that's kind of what they said. You were low on the suspicion list for me. He's like, no, I'm not good enough for that. And that's good enough for me, frankly. Don't like how easily you accepted that. You don't strike me as very good at this, considering you just admitted to being a thief at all. Plus, where would she even keep it? She does not have a large apartment. Let's look around Telvani. So Rathra stealing Gwar from the guy to get back at him over fucking nothing. Excuse me, sir. Know anything about Gwar thieves? A few over at Erdlin Gelalar's Gwar farm. He'd be the man to ask.
Whatever you want. Within.
Fair enough. It's just an actual Gwar farm nearby. If only I knew where. I wasn't allowed to ask him about it.
Yes, Outlander. What do you want? Let's do some business, shall we?
You wish I guess I could ask them about things around. Maybe someone will know that. Local area. I did, fishing, not that stuff. Civic place. Malaboswada, East Farwa. Yeah, I know where we are. Gwar farm lays just to the north. Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. North, you say? Oh, okay, it's over, kinda northeast of right here, but still northish. Yeah! Dang it. I mean, how long until I'm attacked by slaughterfish? Hasn't happened yet. Huh. No slaughterfish in the water. Weird. Are we still in Tamriel? Did something happen? I fell into the water and nothing tried to kill me. Something is very wrong about this place. Ah, over here. Here's the Gwar farm. Not really a good way to get to it. But the water also means the Gwar aren't leaving anytime soon. This Gwar looks a little different. Hey, what's up? No, Evergreen, how can I help you? Ah, finally, someone with friggin' politeness. Know anything about a Gwar thief? Yes. A few of my Gwar were taken just last night. I haven't been able to work out where the bastard's coming from. Apparently one of the slaves up at Aurilu plantation saw lights to the east of here. Base of the cliff at Egondo Point. Myself, I'm not going anywhere near that danger-infested place. Who knows if the light was something more sinister than a Gwar thief. Or the adventurous type, though. You're looking to bring him in, that's where I'd start looking. Yeah, give it a shot. Head to the east of here. There's a Gwar. Gwar was rabid, had to be put down. Some kind of Daedra-infested place, huh? It's where Ungoth... That's most places Ungoth goes to be fully frank. This must be the plantation he mentioned. I'm assuming based on the fact that there's a slave out here. Aurilu plantation, yeah. I don't think this is where I need to go. This looks like a... yeah, this is an ancestral tomb. Still go here and kill everything for funsies, but... it's not where I'm looking for. Short blade up. Trying to St. Veleth. Oh wait, I have... a cachet. Can't get me with your trap, idiot. Still couldn't get me. Bunch of skeletons. Why not? Sure. Ooh, a Grand Soul Gem. That's actually worth it. Devil Tonto. There's at least some worthwhile stuff here, like... early on, the Devil Tonto is really good. What is your opinion on the current political climate of Tamriel, as of Skyrim? Here's the thing, I think the Stormcloaks had a point, but I think it was very foolish of them. I think their actions went too far. You know? Definitely see their point of very much disagreeing with their religious freedoms being removed. And I see how they, after that very decisive victory, it felt like, seemed to think that the war should have just kept going. Like, maybe they could have won from that position. Though I also definitely see Mead's position of, it was a good time to try to end the war on a strong point rather than protract it anymore when they're not doing great. I think the Stormcloaks are being scammed by Ulfric. Yeah, to an extent. Ulfric, in what defense he deserves, because he deserves what he gets, he has been slightly brainwashed. A lot of greater bone walkers in here. Strength's been cut a few points, not too many though. But every point counts. He latched onto a good cause because he needed a righteous war to win to erase his embarrassment of losing the Great War so badly. Yeah. Place himself as High King so no one can rebuke him. Yeah, I think Ulfric is... not great. Would not pick him as a good leader for... well, they wouldn't be called the Stormcloaks if not for him, so I don't know what to call them anymore. Especially considering the god they worship just straight up exists. Like, yeah, it's demonstrable. You can straight up prove it. It's not hard. I don't think he's all that brainwashed. I think the Thalmor just knew how to manipulate him. I don't think he's, like, being straight up mind-controlled. But I think he has had some inclinations imposed on him that he might not have originally had. Like, I think he has been manipulated to the point that there's some extent that it's not fully his fault anymore. But at the same time, he's still going too far and needs to be stopped. Yes, in the Stormcloak versus Empire debate, I'm on the side of the Empire, but I think I definitely see the Stormcloak's initial grievances and where that comes from. But I feel like the correct move was to suck it up and build power with the Empire to go for a second Great War. Starting a civil war like that only opens things up for the Thalmor to gain even more of a foothold against the Empire. I'll agree that they should just hate the Thalmor together. Absolutely. That's the situation. The main manipulation was that he was told the Imperial City fell because of information they took from him in interrogation. In reality, the city had fallen a long time before that. Kalishlepal. I don't think that's what he said. Agondo Point. I'll still go here for funsies, though. This sounds a Daedric name. Let's kill everything here. What do you want? Oh, shit. This is where I was going. Oh, you're the Gwar thief. Damn, die, whelp. Well, I have no proof this is the specific Gwar that were stolen from down there, but it is a Gwar thief. Confessions of a Thief. Order sheet. Garrus, please deliver 5 crates of your Gwar meat to the Queen's Cutlass and Firewatch. Do wonder how you manage such affordable prices in these trying times. Ralanjas, publican of the Queen's Cutlass. Addendum in different handwritings noted underneath. Foolish cat man, how indeed, little does he know. Who writes their dumbass? Who does that? It's got tons of Gwar shit. Ugh, it's disgusting. And I gotta say, innocent Gwar, it's meat. Meat is meat. It's no different. It's not like Gwar are sentient. Sowing that seed led to the need to prove himself that has led to everything since. The Markarth incident, the Stormcloak Rebellion, all for Ulfric to prove he's a strong warrior, with a just cause which he will win. I agree the Stormcloaks have valid reasons for their wish for independence. They picked like the worst time. They had waited like a few more decades. They might could have gotten independence for free just by asking. And the thing, if they waited a few more decades, they probably wouldn't want independence anymore. Hey there, big guys. Let's just reset you a little. No way they could get independence just by asking. Like, yeah, that's... like, Hammerfell functionally got it. Like, I still go with the theory that Mead kind of planned for a lot of that to happen. Empire didn't become an empire by just letting provinces leave. Yeah. I know I can't prove it. It's not that kind of relationship. Yeah, it is an empire. Well, like... I definitely get where the Stormcloaks were coming from. They're like, we just had this massive win, and then he surrendered like that. I was like, yeah, I see it as maybe it wasn't the correct call, but it was for sure... It allowed him to negotiate from a position slightly stronger than he might have gotten to otherwise. Because the Thalmor seem to be out to destroy the Empire entirely. They don't actually give a shit about Talos worship. Hammerfell left by fighting a war against the Thalmor and then said, fuck you, Empire, we're leaving. What are you gonna do about it? Yeah. And the Empire... I know technically they fought a war on 2 fronts, but I would fully believe if the Empire was pulling its punches and focusing on the Thalmor during that. Like, not really going hard on Hammerfell because it was strategically unwise. The hell is this? For a friend, this trusty lute may play on beautifully in death, as in life. Ah. Cool. Pretty sure there's a line from an Imperial says they think the Emperor would have let Ulfric leave the Empire even if it was just Wilhelm had he just asked. Remember, Tiber Septim was like the worst war criminal in history for the Altmer. On top of that, he's a man who became a god. No elf has ever done that, much less an Altmer. Talos is an affront to Altmer as a people and the notion of elven supremacy. Yeah, but I really think banning Talos worship was more a tool to sow dissent. I feel like... politically, they don't give as much of a shit as they act like. Like, yeah, they clearly want that quashed, but I think that's more an excuse than anything else. I found the thief, stabbed him. Out the fetcher? Good work. Here, take some hacklow leaf, you've earned it. Ah, thanks. I mean, it's not like you asked me to really... you gave me something, whatever. Like, I'm pretty sure their thing of... I'm pretty sure that was an excuse after the fact, and the war was just they wanted to control everything. Like, yeah, I think they would have banned it if they won, but I feel like that's more a pleasant bonus to controlling everything rather than the goal of why they want to control everything. Concept stuff MK wrote for Skyrim, the Altmer were specifically aiming to snipe Talos from the heavens. Talos is the primary issue, not the Empire. Or are they trying to get rid of the Empire to kill Talos as a divine? Altmer have never really cared about having an empire? That doesn't sound like them. They sound like they want an empire. I don't know. That feels backwards. Talos always felt like an excuse to sow dissent. So that they could just control everything. Throughout all of Altmer history, they've never once tried to make an empire. Yeah, but the Thalmor haven't existed throughout all of Altmer history. The Thalmor are relatively new. I'm not saying it's an inborn Altmer idea. I'm saying it's what the Thalmor faction wants.
Why,
Third Dominion trying to conquer anything outside Somerset is very unusual. Yeah, and maybe the Thalmor are like that. That was more what I was getting at there. Ugh. Hiccup.
Archmagistra House Telvani, how may I serve you?
Alright, I'll give you another day. Give you a while. Alright.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance.
And, like, my question is, do they think RK was an Altmer? Because RK supposedly used to be mortal. And unless RK was an elf, they're, very hypocritical. Unless they just don't think that's true. I got it. Hey, looking either endeavor? Oh, wait, shit. Came back too early. Sorry. I caught a... Don't worry about what I was doing and why I came back. I didn't need to come back here, but I shouldn't have talked to you. Thalmor existed in the Second Dominion, at least. Well, it was essentially a different Thalmor, because they have... like, you know... it was an organization sharing the name, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same ideology. Like, does the Riemann Empire really the same as the Septim Empire, if you think about it? Both the Dominion and the Thalmor, the Third Dominion, are different bodies, essentially, yeah. Because they haven't tried that in the past doesn't mean they don't want it now. For a real-life comparison, look at Japan, though that's not a great comparison, just what came to mind. Not sure what you're referring to, actually. Point is, these organizations have never wanted to conquer. Why has an Altmer body suddenly appeared that wants to conquer? Why now, after all of Altmer history, has this happened? I imagine on some level, the Altmer do have a long memory, and they kind of got fucked over in the Oblivion Crisis and blamed the Empire. Maybe they want it gone. Now, if you want to say that them destroying the Empire is also some attempt to kill Talos as a divine, like, if his empire ceases to exist, he might stop being a god, I'd believe that. But I feel like that still feels backwards for how they've acted. They didn't want to conquer until foreign influence threatened them, felt the need to build a powerful and large empire to compete with Western nations. I mean, Japanese imperialism was very, very fucked up during World War II. I'm not going to throw more shade at them than any other country, though. Plenty of countries have had an imperialism stage that they should be ashamed of.
What is this regarding, Argonian?
I think probably the Irish are the only ones who come to mind to have not done that, and that's because they were the ones being imperialized by the British.
What is this regarding, Argonian?
I got the thief. Well done. Now we'll congratulate the guard on his job being done. To make our life a lot simpler. That makes sense.
I see
Hey, what's
the
up?
plan suits you. We
They're doing
welcome you
Outlander.
freely.
Ashmore is a place for tourists, not a tourist. I got the gore thief. Dealt with a gore thief. Really? What proof do you have of these exploits? I'm going to murder this entire game. When was the last save I had? Son of a bitch. Really? No one ever asks for proof in this fucking game. Why are you making me do it now? Ugh. If they do ask for proof, they tell you ahead of time. Point was, they didn't have those kinds of ambitions for a good point in their history. We don't really know what led to the Altmer, or at least the Thalmor, to have them. Well, you know, it could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, sometimes a country does just get taken over by a completely new body that wants something totally different from what the country's wanted in the past. Sometimes desires just shift. You can't look at what a country's wanted in the past to decide what they want now. Radical change in stance doesn't just happen. You'd be fucking surprised, Quilla. Should be an explainable reason. I mean, there is an explainable reason. In this case, the Thalmor is an extreme supremacist organization, takes offense at Talos because Talos is proof that the Altmer are not superior. I mean, the thing is, the wide shift was the Thalmor protected the Somerset Isles during the Oblivion Crisis. They were a supremacist organization. They were essentially an anti-imperial militia that had the power to defend them when the Empire wouldn't step in to defend them. That's how a very different idea came about. I think that's plenty of explanation. And because of elven lifespans, it's entirely possible there's plenty of Thalmor who were alive during the Oblivion Crisis to remember it. It might not even be that they want to conquer so much as they want the Empire dead. Talos is literally irrefutable design proof that the Thalmor are wrong. They can't just let that go. Also, the Altmer want nothing more than to become gods again themselves, so Talos, a war criminal that ravaged their homeland, became a god and not a single one of them has. Yes, they want the Empire dead because of Talos. Talos is why they hate the Empire. I feel like it's a mixed bag. I think maybe the reason the Thalmor maybe that's a big reason for a bunch of Thalmor, like, just hating that, but I think there's plenty of them who joined up just because the Empire didn't save them during the Oblivion Crisis, and the Thalmor actually did. And then maybe they fell into the propaganda of it. Again, the Thalmor saved the Somerset Isle. And there's a similar faction that is actually taken over Blackmarsh called the Anzaleel. They apparently led the campaign against Maroon's Dagon, and you've heard the stories of what they did. It was so bad Dagon had to stop invading Blackmarsh, because he was getting invaded. They just hated the Empire, they'd probably not care enough to leave the Somerset Isles and destroy it. No, not by itself. But when the guys who you teamed up with to save your country are saying, we should get rid of them because they're making the world worse, they can't protect anything, you might be willing to listen to them after a few hundred years of that. I'm saying it was the great way to get the Thalmor's head in the door, and I feel like that is a very excusable reason. And I think there's plenty of Thalmor who just want the Empire dead and don't give a shit about the rest. Because again, it's an elven memory thing. Elves live a long-ass time. Especially some of the older and more jaded ones would remember that, and that could be their primary point of spite. You get old, you get spiteful. I'm spiteful and young, which probably not good for me. I know very little about the Anzaleel. They don't seem to be outright supremacists, at least not as much as the Thalmor sound to be. But they also seem to be more just as isolationist as the Argonians usually are, at least. Possibly even more so. As I think even, like, the outer Argonian colonies, the outer Black Marsh colonies the Empire had are kind of not part of the Empire anymore. I think they do genuinely want to destroy Talos and the Empire by proxy. Probably are plenty of Thalmor who are just looking for power and see taking it from the Empire as an easy path to it, or just hate the Empire for personal reasons. Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. There's plenty of those who are supremacists who want Talos gone because he's proof they're wrong. There's plenty who want the Empire to suffer for not saving them, and they have a very long memory. And I think there's ones who are just power-mad despots. Hell, you meet a few of those. Huh. Sure, this is the proof. I gotta get back to that guard now. You're not who I need to talk to. I need to talk to the Silt Strider standing in the water.
Where would you like to
Rune.
go?
In any case, you used to think that, yeah, the Stormcloaks are mad because of what the Empire needs right now is unity. Or bad because it needed to rebuild and repel the Thalmor. I don't know, maybe what mankind needs for the Empire to fall, because a broken organization needs to be destroyed so it can be replaced with new, strong alliances of strong kingdoms. Yeah, I think there's some point to that. I just... like, it's not that I don't think the Empire has kind of run its course. I definitely see that, like, even Talos himself seems to imply it in this very game. But I do think the Stormcloaks picked a bad time for it. Like, this was not the time for that. Else is wrong. Guys, I think Bathwater's been replaced by some sort of shapeshifter again. The Empire has to live forever? I got him. Dealt with a thief. Seeing this note? They were selling the stolen meat to some inn in Firewatch. Those foolish Imperials will eat anything. Oh well, I believe this case is closed. Thank you for your assistance. I'll let you get back to my proper duties and run on Rune soon.
A warm welcome to you.
Alright. Guard is going to be relocated? Excellent work. Life will return to normal for me now. You take some gold for your efforts. Now, about the pack war. Seeing you two help me remove the guard, sure, you can have one for free. How generous is that? Bring him out to your man when you send him down. Max? The Stormcloaks picked the best time they could, since they can't pick earlier without time travel. No, it's just... here's the thing. The Empire is kind of... well... there's just not a lot of forces that can stand against the Dominion as it currently is. I mean, the Empire can never defeat the Dominion. The only hope is to destroy the Empire and form those new alliances before the Dominion comes back. See, that's the question. If the Dominion destroys the Empire, what's gonna stop them from rolling over all of Tamriel at that point? Like, before they come back, as if they aren't just gonna take power when it's right there. The people living there? How? They don't really have a power structure of the Dominions in charge of them. Like the Red Guards defending Hammerfell? Well, yeah, they can probably keep defending, but if the entirety of Tamriel falls under their control... Like, here's the thing, if everything the Empire has falls under the control of the Thalmor, I don't think Hammerfell is going to be able to defend against all of that anymore. They can defend against the Dominion who's still a little wary of another war breaking out. I don't think they could defend against the full force of the Dominion. Nords defend Skyrim, Red Guards defend... Okay. Form an alliance to defend each other. I think we're missing the part where there wouldn't be Nords, or there wouldn't really be Nords anymore. Because here's the thing, if Skyrim does break free from the Empire, Skyrim's gonna be too weak to defend itself either for a while. Because that's still a big-ass war. Forces in Cyrodiil will be fighting the Dominion either way, no doubt. Forces of High Rock will either be with Cyrodiil or on their own. Thought about your thing? Proposition? Increase my standing? Well, how could I refuse? Very well. Should meet him in a few days' time. Alright. You should pay that absurdly powerful half-dragon demigod with at least 2 dragons, a vampire, like 50 followers, and several gods on their side to help them take on those damn elves. Lots of dead people post-Civil War, the cost of rebuilding, war fatigue. The Red Guards of Hammerfell, but they managed. They managed because the Dominion was also fighting the Empire at the same time. And I can't imagine the Empire was putting a lot of resources into attacking Hammerfell when they were focusing on defending against the Dominion. I'm sure they put some into trying to retake it, but there's no way that was their main focus. Strong warriors fighting for their home can pull some bullshit out of their ass. Yeah, and Hammerfell could probably withstand decently well for a while. But against literally everything, both sides coordinating at that point, coordination would be a strong word, but it's like, I don't know. Like, it's a long and bloody battle if the Empire loses, that the people are gonna have to do by themselves with very little actual power. Hard for anything to stand up. The Nords attack in Skyrim, the Red Guards in Hammerfell, the Imperials in Cyrodiil, Bretons in High Rock, it's many wars on many fronts. Hard for anything to stand up to. In theory, sure. Long and bloody battle either way. The question is if the Empire could ever win it.
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
It's tough to say, but I think it's even... it's a very hard sell. Yeah, I got it. Spoken with Galdassi, excellent work. We still have yet to finalize arrangements regarding that corps, though. Or tell Miris and Varen if you have been able to hire one. Right, forgot that part. You can convince those swamp lizards to help, then it's over. That's a very tough sell. The Anzalil want basically nothing to do with the outside world, and they're kind of just focused on raiding Morrowind as recompense for a lot of shit over several thousand years at that point. Basically, half of the shit the Tribunal did to them. Is it warranted to keep going on that? Probably not. Are they going to? Probably. Like, the thing is, Black Marsh is so hard to attack. The Dominion, no matter how strong they are, it's basically impossible to siege Black Marsh, just because of the terrain. Like, Tiber Septim himself, with the goddamned Numidium, couldn't do it. The Argonians kick ass when they want to. Oh no, here's the thing. I think if the Argonians wanted to help, the Dominion's fucked over. The Argonians are terrifying. because they also know the future. Because the Hist just tells them about shit. Argonians kick ass when the Hist wants them to. Yeah. To be fair, the Hist has wanted them to every time it's been important. Argonians can't do shit if they want to, only when the Hist wants them to. You know what he meant. They? I don't know. They're slaves for centuries because the Hist didn't really care. Making a lot of assumptions on that. It's not as if all of Blackmarsh was slaves. There were Argonians who were slaves. To say the Hist didn't care, you're making a lot of guesses about a thing that we barely ever see. Apologies, only when Tree Daddy lets them. I got the pack war. Gore, excellent work. Send a man down to load it and begin the process of taking the ebony to Port Telvani very soon. For now, take this payment. The evidence is there. The Argonians have been enslaved massively in Morrowind for many centuries, and the Hist never did a thing about it. I mean, never did a thing about it. Do we know that? The Hist is so strong, why didn't it stop the enslavement? Well, like... I don't know.
I'm very happy to be.
I see this lands. You're welcome.
Like, real life, I don't know the reason. I presume there is one, but presuming it's because it doesn't care is... that's still making a presumption. Any answer I could give would be no better than that, which is to say, you don't know. I got it. A Guar made my position to Galdassi Thundus. Good work. Things should be moving smoothly from now on. Next, I believe we must make a bid to expose a possible traitor. Way to compare the official ledgers at Port Telvanis with the records kept here. Yes, while you're dealing with the Guar, a few of our disgruntled miners came and told me of their theory that Mircin Varen and Azaria Thelis were behind the Ebony crisis. Yeah, they've been stealing ebony from the stockpiles. Surprised it had not occurred to me sooner, so now I seek to acquire any proof of such misdemeanors. Every month or two, an official from Port Telvanis comes and makes a record of how much ebony we're producing. You know, nothing like the Anzalil happened. Not many conflicts are recorded at all. The Arnesian War was a small border skirmish, nothing like the force shown with the Anzalil, or with the repulsion of the forces of Oblivion either. And these types of questions are simple. Simply can't stop all slavery. The elves will simply score some victories. That's also quite true. The thing is, Blackmarsh as a whole, it's only the outer edges of Blackmarsh that really get attacked at all. If they stay in the center, they're basically invulnerable. Evidence suggests the Hist has little interest in supporting any assault against the Argonian enemies if those enemies don't threaten the Hist. Maybe they foresaw the Argonians getting out on their own, didn't think speeding it up would help much. Seem more concerned with the species as a whole than any specific... Yeah, that's my go-to answer, is maybe they're more concerned with the species as a whole, which is doing okay at the moment, supposedly doing very well by the time of Skyrim, than the relatively few who are outside their borders far away from where the Hist can actively send them anything. Kinda like the Emperor from 40k? I suppose that's a fair comparison. Why don't you go to Port Telvanis, request the official letters from Vararenum. Sure the Parliament will not disallow this. Then bring the ledgers here, compare them with the figures recorded by Azaria Thelis and this being in the stockpile. Azaria is the one who records the ebony in the stockpile, where Mircin records the amount being removed from the mine. This reason, go straight to Azaria to see if any has been sold. Got it. Azaria's record shows more ebony than the Port Telvanis one. No, Azaria and Mircin could well have stolen the excess. And had Azaria cover it up by pretending all was the same in the stocks as it was when Mircin recorded it being taken from the mines, and we may take action.
May you find...
Only evidence of the Hist doing anything is empowering the Argonians to defend Blackmarsh. Yes. Where all the Argonians are. The vast majority of them. Like, it's lore accurate that there's very, very few outside of it, because that's where the Hist is. Like, they don't do a lot of stuff. I think the Hist is looking very long-term on this. Something that's been alive since before time properly existed. I feel like it would have a very long-term idea of things. Sure, it's a presumption. I think it's a stronger conclusion that the Hist is not a very benevolent entity given the evidence. Benevolent's a tricky word, but... More like the slan from Warhammer Fantasy. Wait a minute. A lot of falls there. I mean, it's like the question of why does God let bad things happen? I don't know Slan or Lizardmen, do you? I don't know what the fuck the Slan are, no. I know almost nothing about Warhammer Fantasy. I know some stuff about 40k, next to nothing about fantasy. You're right that Argonian slavery in Morrowind did not threaten the race as a whole or whatever purpose it serves for the Hist. That's getting away from my point, the Hist still permitted vast suffering when it evidently had power to stop it. Well, that's the question. Did it? Did it have power to stop it? Or was it stockpiling power inside itself in very early preparation for the Oblivion Crisis, and then once the Oblivion Crisis was over, then it starts sending people to fuck over Morrowind for attacking them for so long? Is it that they didn't care, or that they knew that their home base was fucked if they didn't consolidate enough power to repel Oblivion by themselves? Well, I know who copied whose homework. I'm pretty sure Warhammer is way older than Elder Scrolls. Slan, immortal priest-wizard rulers of the Lizardmen race. Lizardmen themselves are the first sentient creatures placed upon the planet. Interesting. I'd say they're pretty different. Here's the thing. Argonians in Arena are fairly human-like. Like, they don't look like lizards. In Daggerfall, they look basically just like how you imagine.
Why walk when you
Slan
can
are
run?
frogs. Big frogs. Huh. Now you're the Silk Strider. I need the Water Strider. Fort Telvanis.
Probably nothing.
Da-da-da. Would it be at the council chambers still? I'll check. The Warhammer Fantasy was almost certainly first, because, Warhammer is so much older than Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls is, what, 90s? Mid-90s, I think? And Warhammer is early 80s? Deep context, one of the Slan, Lord Croak, once stopped time, not by just stopping it, but by flooding reality with so much magical power, reality itself had to... He literally, like, lag-switched reality? Probably beat the Emperor before the throne. Like, dude started lag-switching because reality was running too well? That is awesome. Quite official ledgers of the ebony stockpiles at Ranyon Run. I'll enjoy paperwork. Oh, give me a few hours. You'll hold those very documents in your hands. Stand in Parliament, procedures apply. Leave for the duration of the proceedings. Yeah, whatever. There's no way you can deny this. I'm back. Ah, you're late. You didn't give me a time frame, jackass. Are the documents required? Any way I can be of service? Nah, this is all I needed, thanks. That's cool. Like, I know very little about Warhammer Fantasy. The only race I feel like I know anything about are the friggin' Skaven. Just because the only Warhammer Fantasy thing I've played is, Vermintide, which I think is part of the End Times collection. Like, the apocalypse that's always on the verge of happening. That's one of the possible apocalypses. One time he died and was just like, nah, it just didn't happen anymore. Can you teach me Warhammer Fantasy? You're late. This isn't Daggerfall. Chill. Yeah, there's always a friggin' time limit in Daggerfall. gets annoying during certain quests, but usually isn't a big deal. Like, if you've got a horse and a boat, it's usually not a problem. Getting a horse isn't too bad. Getting a boat takes a minute, but once you have it... End times was the apocalypse. It happened. The setting blew up because sales went down. Oh, and then Age of Sigmar is after end times, right? Or is it normal after that, and Age of Sigmar is before? No, Age of Sigmar is post-end times, okay. Would put Cetras full list of titles, I don't know what Cetras is, in the chat, but it goes past Twitch's word count. Age was after, okay. And Age of Sigmar is kind of a thing they don't do too much, because End Times is kind of popular, I take it.
Why walk
Back to Ryan Rune. Cetra the Imperishable. Oh, he's the Slan in question. Okay. Dude, sounds cool. I also... It's not a race that gets done a lot in fantasy, is the frog race. At least, when they're done, they're usually a joke. Like the... what are they called in... friggin... in D&D? The Grugs or something? Like, they're a joke race. No, Satra is a man, not a frog. Oh. I thought you were just still talking about the... Slan wizard who stopped time. No, do not confuse the great Cetra with those disgusting creatures, mortal. I don't know. No one's mentioned this guy's name before, and we were talking about a Slan wizard before this. Who said, no, I don't want to die. I assumed we were still talking about him. Or was it not the Slan wizard who said that, and you didn't properly introduce this being a new character?
May you find me worthy.
Attention. What's the meaning of this? Bugs wants me to ensure you're keeping up your duties as a Telvani noble. Parliament is finally taking notice of my work? Good. The future of the Parliament had best provide a warning. Not pleasant to have your ledgers searched before I've had time to review them. Yeah, whatever. Match those with the Parliament. His are accurate. But are the other guys accurate? Don't know. Sent images for reference. I did just get, like, a bunch of notes on Twitch. Lord Mazdamundi, a Slan, the most well-known. Oh, they still made them fat and ugly because no one knows how to make a fantasy frog creature that's not a joke. Good to know. Cetra the Imperishable, great king of Nehekara, fake Egypt. Alright. Lord Croak, you're more talking to. More talking to Bathwater. Figured you wouldn't know who Cetra was. I don't. I know only the bare minimum about some of the undead in that setting. Okay, so he's not skimming, as far as we can tell. Or at least he's not skimming on that side. Might be skimming on what's being written in the output, but you didn't ask me to do that, so I don't know.
Welcome, friend. I feel as though I should know you.
I see this land suits you.
My god.
Welcome you freely, Captain.
They gotta stop putting people in narrow corridors that you have to walk to get to places. It just interrupts the player. Azari's ledgers are concurred with those of the Port Telvanis official. Damn, knew it wouldn't be so easy. Still, this is one of Mistress Rathra's little plots. I doubt she'd leave such an obvious lead out in the open. Still sense treachery in this. Very well, allow me 3 days to get my thoughts together, to finish up a plan I set in motion a little while ago. Turn in 3 days, we shall be nearing the truth of the matter. By Total War Warhammer for you, so I can break me into the setting. I'm interested in playing those games, like... I guess I've never been too big into those strategy games, but I am interested in them as, like, just a primer to figure out how they work. Fun fact, Cetra learned magic, not because he cared about... No, I think I've heard this... No. I think Bathwater's told me about this before. Like, literally... He's good at magic because he didn't like the idea of anyone being better than him at literally anything. So he learned magic, and he's an 8th of all magic now, isn't he? I think Bathwater told me this before. He's just that absurd. He is 1/8 of all of magic in existence. It's just him.
How wonderful. Welcome.
Might have told you
Arthur.
that and forgot. It's Nagash who's 1/8 of magic, not Cetra. Learn magic out of spite, but someone else is an 1/8 of magic. Ah.
We welcome you freely.
Okay. He's still really, really strong, despite not caring. Alright, 3 days to waiting. Nope. Journal updated. What's up? To begin to end the problems here in Ranyon Rune. I've done some research of my own. I'm now convinced that Azaria is the traitor. However, we have yet to prove it. Nash became a god out of spite and pure ego. Awesome. I figured it out. I mean, he's annoying, and I'm pretty sure he's the one who tried to kill me with those slave assassins. Absolutely. Ever since the beginning, I've had my suspicions. Lacked the means to prove them. Your work, however, has taken some of the pressure off me. Alright, my dog bites himself and cries because it hurts, so I have to spray him to get him to stop biting himself. Let me do my own research. Suspected there was a possibility of truth in the miner's theory that Azariah and Mirasen were behind the theft of the ebony from the mines. Let someone investigate the backgrounds of both men. What to find? Mirasen worked previously for another Telvani noble as a guard. As a guard, he had been commended for his honesty and sense of duty. Cannot believe he would turn on me. As for Azariah, he had a very murky background. To find nothing of his history before he settled in Ranyon Rune. With this, I feel it's obvious that Azariah is the traitor. However, before we can move against him, we must find solid proof of his guilt, or the Parliament will not accept any action we take. Why not? In the Telvani way, the victor is always in the right. I'm glad they're addressing this. Also learned dark magic from the people who invented it. Yeah, I've definitely heard this before. Killed them with it, then invented necromancy and vampires. The latter was kind of on accident, if you remember correctly. That's right. No, I think either you or Bathwaters told me this before. Because I brought up that I thought the vampires in the setting were kind of cool. Or the undead in general were... No, it might have been the vampire lords specifically. Because... one thing I really liked about that setting was... you can raise the same body with necromancy basically as many times as you want. But the vampires need mortals to do certain things, so they're actually more protective of their mortal servants than their undead servants. Fucking up the recipe to the elixir of life makes you a vampire. Right. As like this thing that mortals were useful for certain tasks, but if you raise a mortal, they're just an undead. And you can raise an undead as many times as you want, but you lose them as a mortal if they die. So they're weirdly more protective of their mortal servants. And that was the thing I heard and thought was a very cool... just a cool idea. Like the pirate vampires, they're your favorite. Pirate vampires are a cool idea. Vampires need to feed? That's also true. Yes, however, in this specific case, the death of Azariah will be a blow to our economy, especially if Azariah is not truly the culprit. Parliament will not see this valuable source of income damaged any more than it is now without proof. So we need to catch Azariah red-handed. Alright, fair enough. He's a big part of how the Telvani are making money at the moment, so you better prove it or you're gonna have trouble with a lot of Telvani. How do we do that? My friend, the word's already on the streets. Haven't you heard the rumors? I
see this land suits you. We welcome
I'll listen out. Basically live in the worst part of the ocean, get their skeleton army from raising the dead from shipwrecks. Awesome. Let me see, latest rumors. Parliament promised to send some extra slaves here to help us with the mine. I mean, no disrespect to them, but I begin to doubt we'll see any help.
I don't know where to begin. It is such an honor to meet you. And
the ship for some reason. They raise the ship back up? Do they put a ghost in the ship and now it's an undead ship thing?
A warm welcome to you.
Got the third. Yes. What do you need? So, current events now. Not care for such trivialities. Even if I did, nothing you know never occurs in the wreck of a town. The ship can walk and kill. Why would a boat need to walk? Why would you need to walk in the water? I guess to attack the land, if that was ever necessary. Haven't you heard? Gardassi Thendis, the Shame of Thieves, stole several crates of ebony from the stockpiles. All under the nose of our guards. Simoth caught her in the end, though. He knows all about it. I think we all thought she was a rubbish thief. Amazing. Oh? To kill? Fair enough. Sent image? Let me give a little look at it. Necrofex Colossus. Oh! They're making straight up friggin' mechas. Yeah, no, that's badass. Alright, I've decided the pirate vampires have giant robots, so they're now the best faction in all of everything. Any faction that doesn't have giant robots is automatically worse, so sorry, Skaven, you're not my favorites anymore. You're kind of only my favorites by default. No. Apparently it was Simoth who caught her. I don't know who that is.
Welcome, friend. I feel as though I should know.
Oh, I'm watching her. Oh, what's up? Hey then, Goth the Third. Heard about how you managed to solve the problems in the mine. Figured I'd never really said thanks for you and Mithras' help in getting me a better reputation. I thought I'd give you this. The amulet I tried to use to be a better thief, but never seemed to be of any help. Anyway, I don't need it now, so it's yours. Amulet of Swift Step. Fantasy has so much cool shit. Skaven blew up a moon once, so that makes you like them more. I still like... They can still be second favorite, because they have weird Gatling gun shit. Gatling guns are really cool. There's guns in general, which helps. Any race that uses guns a lot, like the dwarves, gets a few points. Skaven have nuclear armaments. That is pretty cool, but it's not a giant robot. You have to understand. A giant robot trumps any other kind of technology. Shitty spaceships? Again, cool, but it's not a giant robot. They're still gonna be second favorite, but they don't have giant robots yet. If they ever get them, Vermintide's going to become a very different game. But a better game, obviously. Well... They just have giant rats. That's not as good. Tell you about the Chaos Dwarves. I understand the Chaos... I know a little about the Chaos Dwarves. And that the Chaos Dwarves summon demons, and then trap them in weapons. And the demons really don't like that. So it's kind of funny that they're all chaosy, but most of Chaos probably doesn't want to interact with them. Probably tried to make one, but it blew up. They're good at making stuff that blows up. Yeah, that makes sense. Woo! Capitalism! More about advanced, unstable technology, like robots. But are they giant robots? Yeah, let me see that, Amulet of Swift Step. Constant effect, Fortify Luck 5 points, Skill 10 points. Fortify Sneak 10 points. Luck 5 points is pretty good. Big ones? You have my attention. Yeah, that's pretty big, what you just sent me. And that's pretty cool, but it's not like a mecha, because it's not like humanoid-shaped, so it doesn't earn as many points as the boat. Even though it's more metal than the boat thing is. Whoop. Hey, what's up? Orc? Eh.
May you...
Simoth who caught her. Who's Simoth?
What is this regard?
Not you. Check this place.
What is this regard? I would be honored to trade wares with you.
All right, then. I'm listening.
Yep.
Archmagister of House Telvani. How may I serve you?
Goddamn respect. I don't know who Simoth is, and no one's brought him up. Someone in particular. The Telvani Lord, Nubusalakasin, or Nathrin. Fester Minor, talk to Zariah, down the mine, nah.
May you find me.
Walk with virtue, Outlander. May I help you, Outlander? You flatter
Holy
me.
Nathrion, no.
What is
Eka.
this regarding Argonian?
Obendelis. I don't... Is he one of the miners, maybe? That makes sense as someone to catch her. What is the plan he's going for here? Be back later. Bathwater, humbly ask, inform me about Cathay. I know the Cathay in Star Wars are the cat-like people, but I don't know what they are in Warhammer.
Welcome, friend. I feel as though I should know you. I see this land suits you.
Oh, check the name. Simoth.
You freely.
Just forgetting the name already.
A warm welcome to
I'll look through the miners, because it could be one of them.
Matsera.
Ondrelis. Tell you what I think about them when you get back. Sure thing. Bathwater, fill my brain with information.
Outlander.
Itchy nose. Gotta remember what it's called? I genuinely have no idea who they're talking about. Who the hell is Simoth? I thought, maybe it's one of the miners. No? The guards don't have names. I haven't been looking at them. Maybe one guard in the guard post has a name? Be weird to do it. I don't know who Simoth is or where they live. They don't seem to have a house here. Maybe they're one of the people in the mushroom, maybe?
You flatter me with your attention, Outlander.
Or Nataya Radasar. Who is Simoth? You? No.
I don't know where
Not
to
you.
begin. It is such
Is
an
it the
honor.
in the way guy?
Welcome, friend. I feel as though
No.
I know you.
The you? No. Oh, can I ask you about him, maybe? No, I can't ask you about shit. Any success so far? I don't know what the hell you've set me up on. I don't know who the hell Simoth is, and no one in this town seems to know that name. But I was directed to that name as if I should know it. Who the fuck is Simoth?
What is this about?
Who am I looking for? I'll look it up, because the game doesn't want to tell me. The math. Okay, apparently he's on the tower of the barracks. How the fuck would I have known that? Y'all gotta give me something to go on, game. This was almost not like Simoth. Everyone knows who Simoth is. No one will mention Simoth and let you ask who they are, but it's Simoth. It's the most out-of-the-way person possible. Everything's going according to plan. Well, I hope we don't fail the master. Oh, your turn now. Stop. This hasn't told you, has he? I'm the only guard who knows the plan, so I suppose he might not have told you. Okay, well, he arranged for me to remove some crates of ebony from the stockpile and blame the theft on Galdassi. The whole town wants to know how much he stole. Here's the master stroke. And now demand to see Azarai's ledgers to see how much he stole. Of course, if Azarai's been faking the ledgers, it won't show any decrease. We've got him, so go on. Perfect. Where'd your ledger go?
I feel as though I should know you.
Moongaza said, yeah, what is it you need? Need to see your ledgers. Work out how much ebony Galdassi has stolen. Yes, about those just recently requested at the mine office for filing. Afraid you need to go there to get them, so best be going. Yes, get out of here. Better not try anything funny, Azariah. Found the image whenever for my viewing. A Cathayan terracotta sentinel. Terracotta? It's a giant. It doesn't look giant, but there's nothing really to scale it off of in this image you've sent me. So I'll just take your word for it that it's a giant. But terracotta. Terracotta are cool. Its hand spins? It does have a double-ended glaive, which is badass. An accountant. Wouldn't know anything about being funny. Shouldn't you be at the mine office? Azariah claimed his ledgers had just been moved to the mine office, so I'll need to find where they are. Once found, I must compare the figures in both the normal ledger at the mine offices, shows how much ebony has been moved to storage, and Azariah's ledger, shows how much is actually in storage. Spins the glaive into a blender of death. Badass. Just gold.
Welcome, friend. I feel as though I should know you.
Like, he's gonna try to make for a run for it. We all know. Anything. Azariah stopped by with the mining ledges. I rushed in here a little while ago, dashed in the bunkhouse. So I need to leave the ledges with me. There's a mine ledger, it's right there on the table. Nah, this looks fine.
Worthy of your attention.
Don't worry, your ledger seems to match up.
I see this land suits you.
The bunkhouse. I don't know what the bunkhouse is. You didn't really... I know what it is literally, but it's not like a named location.
We welcome you freely.
Do you happen to see the ledgers? Hey. Orcs also have cool shit, not pestering me. No, you're not pestering me, just... Let's see. Yeah, I know the orcs have, like... Don't the fantasy orcs function basically the same as they do in 40k? Where they're all idiots, but they also are warping reality just by existing? Rogue idol of either Gork or Mork. Gork and Mork, I recall them. Okay, or, yeah, I think I have a decent concept of orcs then, at least. In the same way, I feel like I have some concept of Sigmar, because he's, in theory, similar to the Emperor in some ways. Maybe not exactly the same. It's even a theory the Warhammer Fantasy world was just a random planet in the galaxy. I've heard that, but I think the official stance is that it's not. is that it's completely separate worlds. I know they share most of their gods between them, and the Emperor just kind of takes the spot Sigmar would have in the Pantheon.
You may speak.
Sigmar is a much better god. In what regard?
A warm welcome to you.
Starters, he wields the titular Warhammer. I will grant you, the Emperor is known for using a flaming sword. Never really heard of him using a Warhammer. Then he raced into the bunkhouse. Oh, here it is. Ledgers showed no decrease in the amount of ebony stocked from the amount of ebony moved. This confirms that Azariah is the thief. And I'm guessing he's already run off. Knew it. Got to Azariah's house, it was abandoned. Yeah, no shit. Also more human, like compassionate, more overtly concerned for people. Yeah, Sigmar is supposed to just generally be an actually, like, fully good entity, right? Whereas the Emperor is more morally questionable because he is literally more human. Like, he was born among humans, theoretically. There's a bunch of different ways he could have come about. No one's actually sure. I proved it. I know to prove his guilt through the identical ledgers, but that fetcher's escaped. Damn. Didn't know how our guards were able to miss this. Go speak with Simoth. Tasked with watching Azariah's house, I must surely have seen Azariah break his cover. Sigmar is the Jesus stand-in, basically. So, is Sigmar cool with generally, like, how the human more inquisitorial efforts? I know the humans are generally not as... Like, I know the fantasy humans are not as, we'll say vitriolic as the 40k humans towards the other races. Like, more willing to work together should the need arise. Because I'm to understand they have a decent relationship with the dwarves, because the dwarves really like Sigmar. Yeah. You what? That fetcher was watching his house like a hawk. No possible way he could have escaped without my notice unless it's using teleportation. Damn, should have seen that one coming. Quite a job chasing him down. Apologize. I mean, there's not really anything you could have done if he just fucking teleported. Racial cooperation is common. Yeah, whereas in 40k, it's like... When Rowboat Girly Man did it at all, it was a massive scandal. And even he wasn't huge on it. He just, like, understood it was necessary at that moment. Yeah, that was the thing. Sigmar saved the King of the Dwarves, I think back before he was a god himself. Well, to prove his guilt through the identical ledgers, the fetcher escaped. Find him and bring it into this affair. In the meantime, have the stockpiles carefully recounted. See how much ebony Azariah actually managed to steal. Should have done this much earlier, but I've always been too removed from the mining process. Despite my dislike of Azariah's character, I never believed him to be capable of such treachery. Great mistake on my part. The elves are snobbish and look down on everyone, especially the dwarves, since they fought World War I against each other. Right. Let me do. Simoth's right, and he's teleported out of here. It'll be an awfully hard time to locate him. Cannot just give up this easily. Perhaps fate will favor us. Might be some clue to his base of operations this house. Go. Search Azariah's house. Should you find any clues, return here and inform me. Yeah, sure. Elves, high elves you should clarify, will help other races in the end. Alright. So, Warhammer Fantasy, despite actually going through their end times, is, in an odd way, kind of a nicer place to live in some regards. I suppose for the average person, at worst, it's like being a medieval peasant, which wasn't honestly that bad. Compared to the average person in 40k, where you're probably doing back-breaking manual labor 20 hours a day. Even taught humans the finer details of magic so they could be institutionalized. It could be institutionalized, yeah. Four homilies, grasping fortune, bottles, not in his closet. Check that chest behind it. Still just gold, yeah. Gold he doesn't need anymore. Empty chest. Shirt. Rat meat, salt rice. This was not here before. Found some of the ebony he stole. About 40 pounds of the stuff. I like fantasy more, honestly. I definitely like... I like 40k, but it's just because there's a lot more... I'll be honest, a big part of it's just that there were RPGs for it for me to play. And there aren't really RPGs for fantasy outside of the tabletop one, to my knowledge. Nazarai's hidden basement found a trap door that appeared to lead into some kind of underground tunnel system. Should inform Mithras immediately, before I explore any further. Fair enough. Possible he didn't teleport at all. Poser. Even I can teleport. Definitely a lot of fun to be had in it. I mean, I'm definitely gonna play the next Owlcat RPG. Hope they learn from their mistakes in this, though it's the same mistakes they apparently make in Kingmaker, so... maybe they didn't learn from it. Love the Empire? The Empire seems generally more benevolent, less racist overall. And escape via teleportation, but through some kind of tunnel in his basement? Can't possibly go anywhere. Runyon Rune is built on solid plateau, except for the catacombs. High fantasy or grim dark fantasy types here? I generally prefer high fantasy because, I don't know, I like my fantasy stories to be... I like uplifting stories, you know? That, like... But here's the thing, grimdark fantasy has... my thing about Warhammer 40k, there's grimdark stories, but... the setting is grimdark, but there's plenty of stories in it that are like, but the light of hope is not dead yet. The light of hope still exists, and the world can be improved. And those are the stories I like. I like stories that say the world can be better. You know? And I think those stories are more meaningful in a grimdark setting, is the thing. But most grimdark settings don't tell those stories. They just say, the world sucks and it will continue to suck. Bye! So I suppose high fantasy more often gives me the story I want, but grimdark is more meaningful when it gives me that same story. Formal title is Empire of Man, but everyone in the world just calls it the Empire. A fucking steam-powered tanks, dude, with wheels. Grimdarkness is only good when there's at least some hope. Yeah, that's the thing. If there's no hope, it's like, okay, then why am I still invested? The world can be better. It won't be. It is like, no, it's like, must be the possibility, however small, that victory is achievable. And that's what, and like, a lot of the big stories in 40k are telling that, is the thing. Like, one of the more recent stories is like, the Emperor is stirring on the throne. It's like, oh, that's hope. Like, if he came back, he could do a lot. It wouldn't be an easy, instant fix, but that would be good. Catacombs? And what a fool I was not to consider this. See, when Rananun was first built, it had an extensive system of catacombs built beneath it. However, a while into my tenure as master, it became infested with hostile undead. I was forced to seal it forever. But if he was determined enough, a mayor could quite possibly dig down into it. This surely is what Azarai has done, presumably with accomplices. His plot thickens, and I sense Rathra's touch here. What's up? Must enter the catacombs. End this once and for all. Suspect that Azariah is just a pawn in a bigger scheme. You may face fearsome opposition in the depths of the catacombs. Instruct Simoth to come with you and lend his skills to ensure victory. Fuck no. If he comes with me, he's dying unquestionably. You insane? Take this, an enchanted ward gifted to me by the father of Nataya Radasar. Will lend you protection and insight. Radasar's Veil. Now hurrying Goth III, Azariah may well inform his master that the game is up. Thankfully, their choice of the catacombs as a base is something we can turn into our advantage. It is, after all, only one way out.
I see.
Imagine the money they'd make from a skeletal, golden armor-clad Emperor model if they brought him back. Yeah, I'd have to think they could never... Okay, imagine if they made a version of him that was banned from play, but they still gave it stats. Like, costs... Like, they made his cost literally higher than the maximum cost possible for an army. But they just gave him busted-ass abilities. And then people could try to do their own unique thing, like, alright, what army would I have to build that could actually overcome this amount of things? That would be really fun if they did. But they're also allergic to progressing their story, because keeping it in stasis keeps getting them money. Oh yeah. Let me check Veil. What is this? Constant effect, shield 10 points, fortify intelligence 15 points. Oh! You know, the Necromancer's Amulet is still better, but that is a pretty good effect. Shield 10 points is pretty good. I mean, what do you mean, Bathwater? What's up? Fantasy progressed its story? Yeah, but Fantasy does not get them anywhere near as much money as 40k does. And also, they can just go back to other eras. Like, they can do Age of Sigmar, but they can also still do stuff in their eras. They don't want to do stuff in other eras of 40k. The most they do is 30k books. Love when your characters never progress and the plot never moves, because it's easier to write the same story over and over again than come up with new stories. Yeah. Like, every time they tease a big event, they'll then go back and not, you know, have the event happen for a very long time. Possibly forever. Yeah, I'm just gonna see if the game lets me go without Simoth, because followers suck in this game. Rune Anya Almsivi. Learn the spell Temple Song. Almsivi intervention on self. Oh, cool. Actually, I have full chance to cast it, too. Hey, Gathar. Age of Sigmar is also in stasis. Yeah, but to be fair, that's like after they fought off the end. It's like, what do you actually do with that story? Oath of the Wretch. Spell in the darkness, then placed in the fire. Amidst all other sentiments, my rage engulfs desire. Lost among these ember dreams, I sail toward the dawn. It is some great stuff, or neat stuff. Leave this world in screaming hate, and dread the place I've gone. What whim has set my soul to die, and serve the nighttime here? Cast into the sea of pain, am imbued with all my fear. Wretched and beguiled hearts, the ones who still must breathe, they too shall reap the Daedric fire of the everlasting eve. I will push off from this horrid place with my pride and vanity, and pleasure in the lies I press upon your sanity. So join me now, you judging mass, a people damned by right. Spend eternity trapped with me in my never-ending night. Post-Chaos victory, the Horned Rat, the god of Skaven, ascended as the 5th Chaos God. Then in AOS, Age of Sigmar, Slaanesh was imprisoned to even it out. I was under the impression that the Great Horned Rat was already above the Chaos Gods because they were scared of it, because it was stronger than them. Ascending to be one of them sounds like the opposite of that. Maybe I just heard wrong. They might have been scared of it, but I guess that didn't necessarily mean it was above them already. The reason I heard of that was because a few people had made the joke that, that the Great Horned Rat's equivalent in 40k was actually the Emperor. Either ascended or allowed into their pantheon. Shrine of Saint Aralor. I'm good. Good on soul gems too, I think. He doesn't work well with them regardless. Yeah, like, what concept would he represent? Because they're all concepts, in theory. And if I'm not mistaken, there's some interpretations that, while most of them are essentially evil, killing them outright might remove their concept and cause more trouble than it's worth, even if you could. He's just the idea of Skaven. I believe it. An unfortunately powerful concept. But after the end time, shouldn't he have... You looked it up? What's up? Fragments of an Altmer Guide. Corpse Preparation Volume 2. Back, what do you think about China on steroids? Showed me exactly one image of a terracotta robot. And then the conversation did not continue on them, so... Almost nothing. Decay, ruin, strife, hunger, survival, and the Skaven, also rats. We're talking about the Great Horned Rat now, instead. Ring, on account of the propaganda, endless lies the Imperial regime. Fighter's Fond Hope, this tome once said that, Oh, God. This is Altmer propaganda shit. I was a Dunmer carrying it. You don't play Cathay much? Yeah, still hoped you would have told me something about China on steroids. I've mentioned before, my roommate in college majored in... technically his major was, like... What's the word? Anthropology, and his specialization was, like, China-focused. He spoke... apparently he spoke pretty good Cantonese. I couldn't tell the difference. Like, I wouldn't know what good or bad Cantonese sounds like. Celestial Emperor is like a dragon god. He had a bunch of demigod children. One time they didn't like the ogre, sent a massive meteorite at them. The ogres were so scared they started worshipping the crater. That'd do it. Dragon gods are also cool. Dragons in general, pretty cool. You mind? Bunch of gemstones I'll throw away at some point, I'm sure. The pile of corpses. Ah! A lot of money here. Actually, repair my thing first. Let's see, that crater Powered by the tangible impact of earnest belief by a group of people, came the living Great Maw. It looks like the Sarlacc pit from Star Wars, and it's called the Great Maw. Might kinda actually be a god now instead of just a big hole. So the guy scared the fuck out of some ogres so bad, they accidentally made a new god. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Took some China anthropology classes in college? Oh, you did. You'd probably get along with him a lot then. It wasn't his name, but he went by Cage. I doubt he'd care if I told you that. He spelled it with a K, if you're curious. It wasn't his name. I'm not gonna say what his name was, obviously. During battle. Not during battle. There's nothing else here, is there? Can I kill everything? God they worship out of fear, mind you. True enough. The PRC is the PRC. Don't know... you know I'm talking about Nicolas Cage? No, he spelled it with a K. People would get confused and think it was the Japanese word kage. And I think he got off on people being confused about it, because he always corrected them, actually. Okay, there's actually no way out of here, and I'm apparently always in combat here. Also, why the ogres are so obsessed with eating. They have to give all the best meat to the Great Maw, or they get eaten themselves. I could rest, but I can't fix anything? What? So there's no enemies here, but I'm still in combat. I guess I did leave while something was attacking me. An ogre lives for meat. Horrific. He was actually a really big Yakuza fan. Now Mithras' servants are in my very headquarters, you incompetent fool! Oh, Lazariah. I knew I should never have trusted you with something so vital. You made your last mistake. You, Enwar. And you, who are you, servant of Mithras? Might ask the same question. Eat their goblin servants when waking up, and go off to find breakfast, then second breakfast. Who am I? Who am I? I am Talaris Medraven, favored servant of Mistress Rathra, soon to be master of Ranyon Rune. I was expelled from House Telvani because I was too powerful, but Rathra saw my potential and took me in. She instructed me to undermine Mithras' position here, and so I have. By stealing ebony from a mine. I must admit, your sheer power does impress me. Her insolence is astounding. You fail to understand. It's only a matter of time before Ranyon Rune's failing economy sees Mithras expelled from the Parliament. And then Rathra will see to it that I take his place. I've said too much, and now you die. Goras, finish him. Not so fast, traitors. Really? This is lame. Let me fight myself. Don't have some guy come in and save me. This is bullcrap. I literally wasn't allowed to move or take out my weapon during that. Suspected Rathra's hand here, and I was right. I heard everything. Tell her us. Cannot escape justice now. Your plan has failed. Done talking now, I'll make you pay. The Telvani way. Now, to me, let's end this. No, dude, I've got this. Please fuck off. See? Like, dude, I had this. You interrupted something you had no place in. Like, yeah, no, I know I'm here on your behalf, but let me do my own shit. Devil Cephalopod Helm. Bound Curus. Not interested. Wander the world and offer their services as mercenaries. Okay, they don't usually eat the goblins unless they're the only option because they taste awful. So as mercenaries, well, they are stupid. They're smart enough to know that steady work is a steady supply of dead bodies to eat. Keep in mind, an ogre will eat literally anything, but goblins taste so bad that it makes them hesitate. Damn. I really did not need your help here. It actually made this less cool that you showed up to help. Like, you didn't really do anything, but, like, it just kind of undercuts me again, and I don't like that. You've done it enough. Plot to unravel Ranyan Rune has been ended. You know, I've done it without you. I'm in your debt. Feel free to take whatever loot you wish from this cursed place. It's yours. We'll return to Telvani now. When you return there, speak to me, and I shall grant you a more fitting reward. Shall see you soon. Later. So, like, you could have just let me kill the guy. I totally could. I don't need help. And if I needed help, let me do it like any other part of the game. Get the help myself. So goblins are apparently the most foul food in all of creation, you're telling me. Also nearly wiped out a species of giants just because it was a lot of free meat. Checks out. Right, can I fix my shit now, please? Yes, I can. Corpse preparation. Corpse with the hearts and things turn out. That's a dangerous heart. Why is that next to it? Take all these heavy, worthless gemstones. Except I guess these two might be something. They're heavy, and I can't sell them to the only person they'd be worth being sold to. The Bone Song. A pinch of dust, a rattle of bone, a flicker of runes, a tendril of magic, spilled blood. Centuries they have slept, for centuries they have dreamed. Now they awaken, through death and night, they hearken to him. Their empty eyes see, their empty minds think, their empty throats scream, and their empty hearts hate. The dance of death is the breath of life, is the light of day, is the black of night. It is the call they must obey, stench of evil, the rank of decay. Power of his word, they are under his sway. Always happy when you get to spread the good word of Warhammer Fantasy. I'm definitely interested in hearing. The ogres don't... I don't think I'm too interested in the ogres. Summon skeletal minion for 60 seconds. I'm not a conjurer. Alright, just both doors are locked in the same way. Can't rest, enemies are nearby. What if I go over here? What if I go into this door? Stabbed. Sent a map of the world. Something about the shapes of these continents is familiar. I wonder why. I'm sure it's nothing. Ah, the elves live on the Big Donut, in case you were wondering what that was. A little, yes. I'll admit, the Big Donut was on this map, a little thing. Yeah, I can't help but notice how, familiar that these continental layouts look to. I don't know where I've seen them before, couldn't pin it down. The donut is Atlantis. Okay. It's not an island, it's floating. I mean, that doesn't make it not an island, but I understand what you meant. Scroll of Summon Golden Saint. I use those for souls sometimes. Golden Saint Sword. Well, I'd best get out of here. Oh right, the exit collapsed behind me. How do I leave again? They, I don't know why they bothered collapsing the exit behind me in this game. That doesn't do anything narratively, it just makes it so that you might have soft-locked someone into being stuck down here. It solves nothing plot-wise, and just makes this annoying. I'm not soft-locked, but it's really annoying that I'll have to teleport out. Because my teleportation isn't set to here. Like, do you realize that, game? I've not had a good reason to set my teleportation near where I am. Yes, it does. Hello, yellow cat. Now in the sky! There, Lucas, grab the harpoons, as many as you can find! Don't think I know that one, I'm sorry. Sorry, your prayers are not coming true today. Something attacked me? Another slaughterfish. Just one that was still in here. Oh wait, didn't someone here have something on them to teleport stuff? Epic the Musical. Good listen if you're into that sort of thing. I am into musicals, and I've heard a bunch of the songs, just not all of them. I don't think I've heard the entirety of the latest batch. Yeah, scroll of wind form. Yeah, I think there's a temple in this town, so I could Civi out. I think actually the temple song's here, but the problem is, what if the person doesn't have mysticism and runs out of magicka? What if they have don't have mysticism, they have the Atronak, they run out of magicka, failing to cast the spell? You can soft lock people there. If they have the Atronak, they can't regain their magicka. Never goes on stage, you're buying tickets? The songs I've heard of it are really good. I haven't sat down and listened to the whole thing yet, I don't think. Like, to tell you how into musicals I am, there's been a few times recently I've almost completely unprovoked broken out into songs from some of my favorite ones.
How wonderful. Welcome, Outlander.
I see this land suits you.
Dude.
We welcome you freely, Outlander.
To do this every time I go up, I have to reset him so that he'll not be in the way and just stop moving in the middle of a one-person hallway. Return from our victory in the catacombs. Yeah, I had to teleport out because... stupid design, I'm gonna level with you. A successful mission. Now that my position here is secure, things are looking up for Ranyon Rune. As for Rathra, perhaps your time will come, but you performed admirably in Goth III. Saved not only the town, but also my reputation as a Telvani master. If you need any help from me in the future, you have but to ask. Now take this as a sign of my gratitude. Mithras' Dungeon has been added to your inventory. I seemed like a musical enjoyer? I want you to guess what my favorite musicals are. No one give them a hint. I want you to just guess. I think one of them you could guess based on who I am as a person. Now third, believe we can achieve great things together. Tell you our ambitions don't end here. No, in fact, I'm quite sure you were born to lead. Speak to me when you're ready to shake the parliament of bugs from the ground up. Oh? Congratulate you on defeating Master Gothrin at Vardenfell, but something is yet to be done about the proper Archmagister of House Telvani. Oh? Okay. Mithras, you just shot up as my second favorite Telvani. What? Second favorite? Who could... I'm sorry, you can't beat Devaith Fear. I'm happy I got that high, then. Now, let's see. Usually there's only one Archmagister of House Telvani at a time. Is anyone bold enough to dare to replace the current Archmagister? Customary to challenge them to a duel. There have also been a few peaceful transitions of power in the past, but they're quite rare. Hey, he fucks his own daughter clones, come on. Yeah, but he's really funny. Damn it, I can't compete with that, I'm not funny. Like, Mithras, you're not funny. I realize you're not problematic, but that also means you're not funny. I know you do, Bathwater. Also, yeah. However, Gothrin has been such a coward, he chose to do neither. Just named himself Archmagister and ran away to Vardenfell with a couple of his supporters. I would dare to presume why Archmagister Droll just let him be, because they just didn't consider the matter important enough to bother. Now you're here, inheriting the false Archmagister title from him. Let me be upfront with you. While Droll's in power, the title is worth precisely nothing. But together in Goth III, I believe we have a shot at unseating Rilvan Droll. See, this is interesting because it's the first quest in all of Tamriel Rebuilt to take place after something you have to do on Vardenfell. I suppose the only other one is that Mages Guild quest to get, like, the Alm Civi souls into Azura's Star, which... No. Personally, I don't have anything against Rilvan Droll. Respect his wisdom and wealth of knowledge. But even I have to concede that lately, it seems like the mortal affairs of Tamriel are beneath him. And he's more concerned with his research into... Actually, don't even know what he's researching, to be honest. Ranyon Rune is deep in Telvani territory, so I'm not facing immediate danger from the Empire or the other houses. I'm growing more concerned about the future day by day. What are your favorite musicals since you can't guess them? Okay, so... Oh, yeah. I feel like one of these you'll, like, maybe... If you're familiar with this musical, you might slap yourself for not guessing it. I'm trying to scroll up in chat, but it's not letting me. Let's see. No idea, don't know a lot of musicals, and I just occasionally like some, so Hamilton. Hamilton's not it, sorry to say. I do like Hamilton. Hamilton's really good, but it's not one of my favorites. Historical... I don't know that I'd quite call it historical fiction. It's historical exaggeration, for sure. Main quest epilogue, you got the dream visions to prompt the start. You forgot them and just went along with your business, as I recall. I'm gonna level with you. I had no idea that was prompting any kind of quest. I just got that and was like, oh, that's cool. I think. I had no idea that was actually a thing. I might have to go do that later, then. Remember seeing Hamilton? Okay, so my favorite is... It's actually the same as my favorite book. The Count of Monte Cristo. And my second favorite is Jekyll and Hyde. Another book I really, really like. There's a lot of contention about a certain thing about it. This figure is a safe bet since it's so popular. It is popular. It's got some really, really good songs. I think, my favorite is probably, like, the 10 Dual Commandments and the reprise to it. I think that's really, really good. If fish make you act like Hyde, that's actually related to the, like, contention that's going around in the quote-unquote Jekyll and Hyde fandom. Like Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog, because it has Neil Patrick Harris. That's a really good one. I've seen that one. My favorite is Brand New Day. That's really good. I have seen that one, yes. And Neil Patrick Harris is a great singer. He was also the music meister in Batman the Brave and the Bold, in probably one of its best episodes. So I want to read those books. Haven't got to them yet, unfortunately. If you're a fan of dialogue-heavy stories, then The Count of Monte Cristo will be good for you, because Alexandre Dumas was paid by the line instead of by the word, so he just had a bunch of paragraph breaks, as many as he could, so he had a lot of back-and-forth dialogue. So he could shoot up how much he was paid. You'll see that in The Three Musketeers as well. As for Jekyll and Hyde, so the point of contention is some more recent readers have begun reading it as Hyde is not an actual separate personality. It's just Jekyll. It's just all Jekyll with a different face. Is it going, yeah, you've always liked My Eyes? My Eyes is good. Unless we start preparing for a conflict, we'll get trounced by the Emperor. For that, we need an Archmagister who lives in the present, here and now. You don't know me very well, do you? I have I have one friend on the entirety of Tamriel. I want you to guess his name. I don't think I want to guess his name. It's Uriel Septim VII. I was going to guess that name and I didn't want to. Yeah. He's not gonna try to invade. He has, more pressing concerns, I assure you. Hyde is just the worst of a man unchallenged by a person's good. Yes. That's what Hyde is supposed to be. Hyde is supposed to be the repression of all of Jekyll's inhibitions. But some people have taken to saying, oh, that was always the read. Hyde isn't some entirely new person, even in the story. Jekyll sometimes talks about Hyde as himself. Here's the thing. They're not completely separate personalities. They share 100% of their memories. But the thing is, Hyde considers himself different from Jekyll. Jekyll tries to divert blame to Hyde, but they do, to some extent, share. Hyde is Jekyll with no inhibitions. And you must recall, Jekyll, the longer the book goes on, because he took the serum so much, he starts just automatically changing to quote-unquote Hyde, and he has to make more of the serum to switch himself back right away. And the book actually ends with him, offing himself is the word I'll use. And, but it doesn't work and he just turns into Hyde. He's just forever uninhibited. You recently read Frankenstein? A bit different than the Universal version, I'm betting. Made you irrationally angry, you thought it was just a story about a crazy doctor making a freaky green guy with lightning. So wrong, and you're so much better for your new knowledge. Yep. Remember, intelligence is knowing that Frankenstein is the doctor, not the monster. Wisdom is knowing that the doctor was the real monster. And what's interesting is, a quote from Mary Shelley. Apparently that was an issue even all the way back when it first came out, people making that mistake. A quote from her is that there's actually two monsters in the book. One of them is named Frankenstein. Yes, it was always the intention that Victor Frankenstein was he's the quote-unquote protagonist, but he's the villain. Hyde is Jekyll without the repressions of modern man. Hyde is who Jekyll is without the repressions of our nature which society demands of us. Story is a cautionary tale of what happens when we overindulge. Yes, like, Hyde is not literally a completely new personality. What if a person just didn't care about anything? What if a person had no empathy, no nothing, and just did whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted? Jekyll uses Hyde to overindulge himself. The consequence is he soon can't stop himself anymore. Loses his ability to control himself. But a lot of people, the idea that Jekyll and Hyde that Hyde never existed at all. Like, some people take it a bit too far to say Hyde isn't separate from Jekyll at all, that Hyde is literally just a disguise. Like, just him changing his face to get away with doing stuff. No, that's never what Hyde was. Bad at articulating your thoughts properly? No, you did well. Or, no, you did well. Like, Hyde is a man like that. Not even a damn doctor. He's a mentally disturbed college student. Yeah, he dropped out of... He didn't get his doctorate, is the thing. Man is the culmination of his best and his worst. Yes. So, one could argue Hyde is not a man. For he does not have what makes a human a human. Hyde is just... indulgence. Remove one, it isn't quite the same person. Yeah. So, saying that it's... some people have just misread it as Hyde is literally just Jekyll wearing a disguise, essentially. And it's no different from if he wore a mask. But no, Hyde is separate. There's a reason he has a separate name. He is a separate thing. But Hyde doesn't really have separate thoughts, per se. Like, Hyde still sees Jekyll as... Okay, Jekyll sees Hyde as himself, and Hyde sees Jekyll as himself. But it's because they share all memories, and they experience time in a linear way. It's the man literally changes to a completely different mindset. Let me start preparing for a conflict. We get transported the Emperor. For that, we need an Archmagister who lives in the present here and now. To be honest, Ingoth, I can't think of anyone better to lead the house than you. Decide to challenge her all for the leadership of the Parliament of Bugs, you'd have my full support. However, to get his attention, need the support of all counselors. We won't be able to swing that. You have to dispose of them by other means. Interesting. Also, is it just you? Could you just made the monster a wife like it asked him to? Just took out the reproductive organs. Seems like kinda an oversight. Well, here's the thing. The entire point was he brought a creature into its world, did not care for it, did not love it, and did not give it anything it needed, but brought it in as a full adult with a functioning adult mind. And, like, the whole point is that he didn't do anything it needed. He didn't care about what it wanted or needed, and he essentially ruined the poor thing's unlife. Like, yeah, the quote-unquote monster does fuck with Victor for a long time, but it's really hard not to side with him over it. Is the Dark Urge an example of Jekyll and Hyde? It's definitely a Jekyll and Hyde type character, for sure. Like, the Dark Urge is... But the difference is the Urge is literally an implanted thing. It is not a natural, like, it's not a natural thing that exists in all people, and just... The Urge is the only person who can't control that. No, that was implanted in them. They have to be constantly vigilant against it, unlike a normal person who doesn't really have to fight that. But it is an example of that kind of character, in that it's not really a separate entity in theory, but it is something they have to fight against, and it is a base part of them. Depends how you play it. You could play the no, okay. Here's the thing, it's still that type of character, but it can be that type of character with a very different ending than Jekyll had. Because here's the thing, if you feed your urge, then you will absolutely have the same character arc that Jekyll and Hyde did. Even down to a possible ending where you try to off yourself and come back as just the urge. Like, that is straight up Jekyll and Hyde. But if you refuse to feed the urge, then you overcome what Jekyll couldn't. What Jekyll was too foolish to see as a problem. There's a moment where the monster says he'll leave him alone if he makes a female monster, so the monster won't be alone. Victor chose not to because he was worried about them reproducing and taking revenge on humanity. But again, that's Victor... Again... The whole point is Victor never gave the thing what it wanted or needed, even though he is essentially its father. Like, the whole point is Victor could have done that and saved not only himself, but plenty of other people. The point is Victor's a bad person, and some people have decided to read it as just like, this is how a bad parent acts. A lot of people, in the modern day with not great parents have, really gelled with that interpretation. It is very commonly theorized that Victor von Frankenstein was based on Lord Byron. Read up on Lord Byron to find out why. I don't know if implanted is the right word, because they were born that way. They were crafted that way, but it was still an intentional thing given to Dirge. Like, by... You know, it's been out for over a year. I can say it now. By Ball. There cannot actually be separated from the individual. Yeah, here's the thing. You can actually pull the urge out of Dirge if you deny it enough and go that route. But, when the urge is without the mind, it's literally less than an animal. Like, it is not a sentient being anymore. In the endings where that happens. Given by virtue of giving the urge life, they're born that way. Yes, they're born that way, but it's not a natural part of being a person, was more what I meant. It was an intentional, designed aspect. Is it pronounced Ji-Kai? I don't know. When the urge is removed, the individual dies until Withers does some magic bullshit to build you a new soul. Yeah, that is part of it, too. Because Withers is... You all know by now, right? You say Jakul? I don't know what you guys are referring to. Early made the female, he was gonna do it, got scared because of that at the end, and destroyed the body before bringing it back to life. Just saying, he could have just not put in the ability to reproduce and made the monster happy while protecting people from it. Yeah, no, again, that's the point. He had 1,001 ways to not have that thing. That's the point. He had it, there were thousands of times, essentially, he could have avoided that fate. But he didn't. Because he's a shit stain of a person. Like, that's kind of... He is a pathetic individual. And he's not as smart as he acts like. Then L, not I? Sorry, it's hard to tell. Jekyll or Jekyll? Oh. Pronunciation of Jekyll? It's Jekyll. It's always been Jekyll. I've never heard Jekyll. Like, there'd be two E's if it were Jekyll. Or maybe an I, but then I'd say Jekyll. But no, it's Jekyll. It is straight up Jekyll, like that. I don't think you'd call Victor a bad person. Pathetic, sure, he's a fool and in over his head. No, I think he's a bad person because... Like, here's the thing. He literally had a child and refused to do anything to give it a good life. And just ran away scared from it instead. When it really knew no better early on. Instead of teaching it anything... He just got scared of it and ran away. Maybe I guess that's not necessarily a morally bad thing. Runs away scared when he creates Frankenstein because he's a pieced-together corpse, and that's terrifying. Didn't consider what that would mean. You know what, you're right. He's a pathetic moron. He's not necessarily an amoral person. That is a different metric. He's stupid and he's pathetic, but bad person isn't necessarily it. But the whole point is, he's pathetic and he could have avoided this, and he does not deserve your sympathy. Here's what you're saying, this just felt like him overlooking an obvious logical conclusion instead of just being an awful parent like usual. No, here's the thing, another part of his character is that he's not as smart as he thinks he is. That is an obvious logical conclusion he could have made. And he didn't, because he's not as smart as he acts like he is or thinks he is. Like, did he create life? Yes. Did he think to nurture that life and teach it good from bad? No, because he's stupid. Oath-breaking makes you a bad person? To an extent. I'm glad this has turned into literary debate, because this is exactly what I want my streams to be. I'm not being sarcastic. This is exactly what I always desired from my shows. I want to talk about books and stuff. Most of us would be terrified of the monster. It's horrific. He considered it and decided, I want to abandon my child. That'd be evil. He just ran away because he saw a horrifying monster and not effectively a child. That's another part of it. He didn't think his decision through because he's a pathetic moron. Like you said, evil is not the right word. He's pathetic and stupid. Maybe you're a paladin at heart. Swearing and keeping of oaths matters to you. Definitely. It was definitely dishonest of him. Like, again, he's pathetic. You are not meant to really... You are meant to empathize with him to some extent, but really, he does not earn the reader's sympathy, if you, in my opinion. When he doesn't finish the female, he does it because he's worried it would not be moral to create another one of these monsters. And that's part of it, but again, he does overlook an obvious logical hole. An obvious logical solution he could have made. Because he's an idiot. Like, the big part of his character is he's not as smart as he thinks he is. Perhaps he's right, the creature is very dangerous. The creature is dangerous, but again, it's dangerous because of what he did with it. Like, yes, I understand why he did, but I have no sympathy for what he did. Like, and, you know, the monster was explicitly beautiful. It is said to have been very beautiful, but kind of uncanny because it's very weird. Like, you get an supposedly you get a bit of an uncanny valley from it, even though it's visually very beautiful. Is there really any way to fix it once done? Would the creature have been happy with a hug and an I'm sorry? Here's the thing. If he had come back... Here's the thing. If he'd come back right away, maybe. If he'd fixed it sooner than he did, maybe it would have. But he didn't. We don't know. His initial reaction of, I'm sorry, explicitly beautiful parts, but still a corpse stitched together. Doesn't actually look as beautiful and whole as Victor expected. That's a bit of a thing. It does look beautiful by itself. Like, it's just that, it's not that it doesn't look beautiful, it's that the way it moves is unsettling. At least to Victor. I don't remember a lot of the book being told from outside Victor's perspective. The real question is, can Shaq beat the monster in a fight? Probably around the same size. The monster was fucking enormous. Like, what was it, like 6'6"? Like, he made it goddamn tall, if I remember right. And it is eloquent as hell. Which, again, does make me not like the universal rendition of the monster. I think the, like... I do like the idea of it having lightning powers, though. Its eyes are milky, its skin is sort of livid. Again, that's how Victor himself kind of describes it. Like, I think a big point of it is... A lot of it is from Victor's perspective. And you're not necessarily meant to take Victor's word as the gospel truth. It is still life he created and did not properly take responsibility for. Like, it is, in essence, his son. He didn't even give the damn thing a name. Everyone that sees it is terrified? Yes. And I imagine if you had an exceptionally ugly child, something similar might happen to you. At least it's definitely terrifying to behold. Yeah, probably. But also, did he teach it basic hygiene? No. It's entirely possible it's terrifying because it's not taking care of itself and it's gotten ugly as sin by then. It might just smell bad, who knows? That is a joke theory, I know. It was 8 feet, which is around Shaq's height, pretty sure. Probably still stronger, though. Just funny that the monster would look kind of normal next to Shaq. 8 feet? How tall is Shaq? I need to double check. Shaq is 7'1". No, it would not look normal next to Shaq. Shaq would look like a baby next to him. An ugly child isn't quite an uncanny golem-looking thing. I said exceptionally ugly. I didn't say normal baby ugly. I'm talking like cleft everything ugly. I'm talking like the Elephant Man ugly. Like, being ugly does not make you exempt from from parental love. As like, yeah. I will say that is the one thing that the Universal version gets very right, is that people judged it by its appearance. Though, it's the problem that that was the focus they put on instead of Victor's failings. They tend to make Victor a very loving parent to that version of Frankenstein, depending on the version. It depends. A lot of more recent ones make him... actually care a lot about his creation, but dies due to either the monster accidentally hurts him because it doesn't understand its strength, or the people kill Victor for making the monster. Like, they have all sorts of reasons. But the Universal version does not really delve into what Victor did wrong a lot of the time. At least, what he did wrong in the book. If the monster, again, just to highlight it, it doesn't have a name. He did not name it. That is one of the big things. Most of the other people who saw it either at night, just an 8-foot homeless guy outside of your house at night, in the middle of the woods, or literally in their house. That probably wasn't helping the monster's PR. Yeah, that is another big part of it. Most people run in fear of it, but it also usually shows up in the most terrifying way possible, because it was really stealthy. And it was also remarkably intelligent. Like, it had a fully formed brain. It started out not being able to talk very well, but it picks it up very, very fast. And is very, very eloquent by the end of the book. And it's like, good job! You fucked up your child who had a perfect chance to lead, maybe not a normal life, but a happy life. Maybe people would have hated it, but you could have loved it regardless. And you didn't. That was a choice you made, Victor. And you and everyone else is gonna pay for it. You had theater class in high school? I was in the drama club in high school, and I got shackled with a bit part, even though this sounds like an ego thing, but I really was one of the better actors in the troupe, I thought. Do think that what Victor did was wrong. Don't agree that he's unpitiable or without sympathy. I think Victor is a tragic hero. His brilliance and enterprise may not be as smart as he thinks he is still pretty bright. He discovered a way to create life, I will grant you. Because he did not think of what the implications of his actions were. Yeah, he was high intelligence, low wisdom, was his thing. I still call him an idiot. But just not a book idiot, per se. He did not mean to abandon his child. He didn't realize he was making a child. Even when he ran away, he did not think it was a child. He felt he was running from a monster that would kill him, despite a complete lack of evidence to the contrary. Cite a scene from Frankenstein, you're the monster. Foolish and foolishness led to disaster and tragedy. Like, it was foolish, but... yes, and it was, of course, also he judged it by its appearance, not by how it actually acted. And it was his own creation that he was judging, was the thing. He did not earn my sympathy, but I'm also a spiteful bastard, as I've explained before. Maybe other people can sympathize with him to some extent, but I still definitely read it as the monster is the victim of the book. And again, as Mary wrote it, Victor is the true monster. He still unleashed that. Because he did not once think about the consequences of his actions, and he did not make any real actions to remedy the problem. He still unleashed something onto the world in his foolish pride. And he really never took any proper steps to stop it. At least none of the ones he should have. Never actually had the opportunity to go back to it and father it, if he would even consider that as necessary. Creature is a victim, but I don't think Victor is not a victim in his own way, too. To be fair, she did describe it as being two monsters. I think they're both victims of what Victor did. Victor is a victim of his own actions. He is, to some extent, reaping what he sowed, playing God. Made a mistake in his hubris. Sadly, that mistake ruined him. But it is still important to note, it was a big mistake. He did still abandon what was essentially his son, because he was scared of him. And, like, yes, there were extreme circumstances, but they were extreme circumstances he explicitly caused. So he doesn't earn a lot of my sympathy there. In that same vein, I don't have too much sympathy for the monster, because the monster at any point could have chosen to let go of revenge. It was never taught how to, and I will cut it that slack. I do not consider it an outright... I consider it a monster because it was never taught better. Which, you know, Victor's fault, but... it still does not earn a ton of my sympathy because it should still... I think it still had opportunities to let go and just go do its own thing. Whatever. Just say how much you love the fact the monster compares itself to the devil from Paradise Lost. Once it realizes it destroyed its creator, took its own life by burning itself alive, just as how the devil burns in hell. Love that part. Yes. Like that ending where the monster is still able to... it has grown enough to recognize to some extent the difference between good and evil. It could have done that sooner. Which is what means to me... yeah, it is still a monster. They're both victims, and they're both monsters. It was Romeo killing himself when hearing that Juliet was dead. It was Juliet not telling Romeo her plan. Okay, Romeo and Juliet, I do have thoughts on. I see Romeo and Juliet, again, as a cautionary tale about teenage hormones, is how I read it. It is a tragedy that two teenagers died because these two houses kept fighting over basically fucking nothing. This is the essence of tragedy. Horrible things happen because of what is ultimately a very unfortunate mistake. I think the best tragedy has to simultaneously evoke the thought of, this could have been prevented if one person did one thing different, and nothing could have been done to prevent this at the same time. You need to feel both ways at the same time for a really good tragedy. It's an illogical and contradictory thought, but you need to feel both, because feelings are not logical by any means. I consider Anakin a case of a very good tragedy, because I feel like, if one person did one thing differently, his fall to Darth Vader to the dark side could have been prevented. But I don't see a single moment where someone should have made that specific decision where it would have been in their character fully to do it. It felt both preventable and unpreventable at the same time, because it's a really good tragedy. I managed to sneak Star Wars into this. Don't see Victor making any decision better. Here's the thing, I both do and don't. If he had done this, he would have been prevented. Could he have? I don't know. It would have been out of his character to do it. Not the chosen one, by the way. I will skin you. Because his character was flawed, tragically flawed. Exactly. That is the thing. That's why Frankenstein's a good tragedy. Because if he had done better, it could have been prevented. But if he had, he wouldn't have been that character. Exactly. If the monster had chosen to let go of revenge early, it would have been prevented. But it didn't, because then it wouldn't have been the monster. It could have been prevented, and it couldn't have been prevented. At the same time. If characters had realized their flaws early on and acted in spite of their flaws, then it would have been prevented. But because of who they are, they didn't. That is a good tragedy. You feel both, this could have been prevented, and it couldn't have been prevented. That is my opinion on really good tragedies. Like Anakin, we can appreciate the good aspects of Victor, pity that he fell so low by his own tragic faults. I do definitely feel pity for him, but I have difficulty feeling sympathy for him or the monster, sorry. But again, I'm a spiteful bastard. I'm sure other people felt pity for both. Or some felt pity for only one or the other. I love Attack on Titan, because to you at least, it makes sense that someone like Eren is, if given that power, would not be good at using it, because as the series reminds you time and time again, he's a stupid suicidal maniac. There's also a good portion of his character that he's literally being driven insane by knowing the future and it always coming true. And his future self is literally constantly rewriting his memories from forward in time to make sure he acts in certain ways. He's literally gaslighting himself into acting specifically. He gaslit his own father into doing that, and he's also been doing it to himself for as long as he's been alive. That's one of the big reveals. If we can feel sadness for Anakin after he killed a room of children, we can feel sadness for Victor even though he abandoned his creature. No, you can. I feel more I definitely feel more sadness for Anakin. Like, Anakin earned more of mine, probably just because of Clone Wars, where there's a lot of his genuinely heroic moments. But I very rarely felt like Victor was doing something for a reason other than hubris or fear. Like, either he thought nothing would go wrong, or he was terrified everything would go wrong. The two extremes of his personality dictated his every action to me. Again, if he had finished making the monster a bride, and used that as an opportunity to maybe try to teach the monster, to teach it right from wrong. Because as it said, all could have been forgiven. And I like to believe the monster was not lying. I don't think it lied to him when it said that. That it all could have ended, and maybe it could have been amicable. And maybe he could have taught it what it meant to be a human. But then he wouldn't really be Victor Frankenstein anymore if he did that. Good or at least promising people become base and vile. Yeah, that's true. Exactly the point of the series to me was that almost everyone else would have come up with a better plan or something, but Aaron isn't good at that. And picked whatever the most straightforward path to the outcome he wanted. Yep. And to an extent, he was kind of just forced into it because of cyclical time. To some extent, Aaron never really had free will. But here's the thing. Aaron declaring war on the rest of the world because they were going to kill his home country for genuinely no reason? I can abide with that. I kind of see the, alright, you've declared war, here's the war. The rumbling might have taken it too far because a people are not its country. When he was killing the soldiers and the political leaders, that was different. That was like, yeah, no, he just declared a war on you. Fucking kill him. He literally asked for this. He was a slave to freedom? Yeah. One of them made the female, the two went on to torment the human race. What a risk to take. The only evidence to the nature of these creatures is the creature itself. It has been very spiteful, vindictive, and murderous being. We expect Victor to know, as we do, that this all comes from its feelings of being loathed and neglected. We can't expect him to know that outright. But again, like the Galactic Traveler said, he could have made it not able to reproduce. The monster didn't really ask for that ability. He just wanted someone to be with, someone like him. He didn't ask for reproduction. Might the monster have taken that as some kind of slight against him? Possibly. We don't know. It didn't happen. But it's not something the monster asked for the ability to do, so it's like, maybe he could have loopholed through it, maybe the monster would have taken offense, who knows. It was still an option that might have gotten him out of the situation. And one he was too scared to take. Again, fear controlled him. He let his fear blind him to his choices, and when he wasn't blinded by fear, he was blinded by pride. That's who I always read Victor Frankenstein as. Have to appreciate the enormity of the ask. One creature has already terrorized so many people, so powerful and terrible, two would be far worse if they were indeed monsters. Yes, but as far as he knows, it would still only be the two of them. They're not immortal. Like, they still, there's no reason they shouldn't age, as far as he can tell. At the worst, 50 years of 2 homicidal maniacs? I mean, pretty bad, yeah. But it was an opportunity. Monster wasn't really that strong on its own. It almost died to a gun. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, it got shot and almost died from that. These things were not like a threat to the entire human race. Maybe they could have done some stuff, but they were still very, very mortal. No reason to assume dead tissue reanimated would age and die either. I mean, you could still just fucking shoot them. That clearly worked by that point in the story. The thing was very clearly able to die. And, like, it might have been physically gifted, but I don't know. A cop finds it and just unloads in it, it's kinda done for. Just like any person would be. It was athletic, but I don't recall it being especially superhuman. It was very intelligent, and it was quite athletic. Like, more athletic than most people could be just because of its sheer size. It was 8 feet tall. That means it wins a physical fight against almost every human in the world. Because in real life, size, your weight class, that's kind of the determining factor of who wins a fight most of the time. He knows nothing except that these are powerful and terrible beings. One that's terrorized him terribly is afraid of what would happen if there were 2. Would have been easier to make the female, for him especially. If he was only afraid for himself, that is what he would have done. Making the female was a safe route for him. The creature had promised to spare him and his family if he did. Yeah, but like we said, it's him still letting his fear, not necessarily a selfish fear, but still fear, blind him to his opportunities. Knowing on the monster's past actions as a basis, he gave Victor a motive for all of his past actions. Not really that much evidence to suggest he would just start killing people for literally no reason. Yeah, the monster was explained pretty well why it did what it did a lot of the time. Like I said, the monster was very verbose and eloquent. Especially by that part of the book. Like, it was talking well. It spoke full sentences. He could probably talk to it and ask it things if he really wanted to. Was he scared of it? Yes. But if he was working on its bride, and he just said, hey, come get it, and can I talk to you about something? Like, can I talk to you about something before I flip the switch to activate it? He could have maybe assuaged his fears. Of course, if his fear... Now, to be fair, if his fears were correct, the monster might have just killed him and flipped the switch itself. So it's not quite reasonable for him to do that. What if the female feels similarly against mankind because mankind rejects it? Again, Victor still has the opportunity to try to be different there. But again, he didn't because he's Victor. I'm saying his actions were not always logical, because they were often blinded by his fear or hubris. I don't necessarily think he was amoral, other than the possible amorality of creating life and abandoning it, but you can say that wasn't his intent, but... yeah, evil has to be intentional, you know, whatever. He could try, there's a significant chance he would fail, and the risk of that failure could be severe. Could be. But, again, you can look back even for... still, it would have just been 2 monsters, and... like you said, you were really playing up how powerful and dangerous they were. Remember, the monster got shot and almost died from it. Like, there's no reason to think the female can't also be killed by bullets. Yeah, it might kill some people, and someone with a gun tracks it down. Still better than an army going to war, an already experienced monster with more motive, as we see in the book. Yeah. Like, the monster's biggest strength was, 1, its literal physical size, which lets it overpower people in a fair fight, and 2, it's very smart, especially the longer it goes on. It gets... hell, it gets smarter than Victor by the end in a lot of aspects. But hey, as much as I've enjoyed this literary discussion, I think we've hit about our time. So, I'm going to stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Bye-bye, YouTube.